Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero, pero llegaremos. Somos malos buenos y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money work.
What's going on, people? It's that dude named Dave. I'm back. It's Monday. We just getting started, y'all. We just getting this little cooking here for a second. Had to bring it back for a second. Just give me a second, y'all. I'm not in a hurry. No, I mean, I'm just getting some things taken care of here. We're going to cook in 1 second. What's going on, people? I might as well let the song ride out, right? Let it ride out. Right?
Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Lunático.
All right, y'all. What's going on, people? I decided just to let it ride. Why break it up? Before we get started, y'all know what y'all here for. I'm that dude named Dave. It's here. It's Monday. It's March 11th. Yeah, back with another episode of TD&D Live. We here on YouTube right now, so shout out to everybody in the live crew here. We just getting started here to start the new week off as we trying to get a semblance of a little consistency like we used to, guys. Once again, I shouldn't have to do this, but I apologize for the past, a few months of my inconsistency and things of that nature. But we getting back and cooking. We know the recipe. All we gotta do is follow. We just gotta follow the formula. You know what I mean? So before we get started, guys, I just gotta make sure I am not struggle streaming off the rip here. Make sure y'all press some ones in the chat to make sure y'all can hear me. You know what I mean? I see some people starting to come in. Let's get some ones in the chat here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, before we get started, not only do I want the ones here, if you guys are just walking in, I need to know where you're from here. TD&D roll call, city, state, zip, area code, or rep where you from. You know me, Chicagoland suburb 630, stand up. I want to know where y'all at, guys. So how y'all doing today? Oh, man, we just getting started here. I'll get to the chat in a second here. I get a few things off my chest here as far as my little monologue, what we got going on here. And then we're going to get to the dignanigans. We're going to talk about a little bit of Dr. Boyce Watkins. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about little Anton Daniels. We're going to see what this little cam up situation brought to us here. We had a pull up. We had some things going back and forth. We had some hypocrisy going on here. We got some double talk. We got some sneak diss going on. We're gonna get into that in a second, y'all. So let me see who's in the building here before we get started here. We just getting started. Let the notifications go out, or probably won't go out. You know what I mean? Hey, wait a minute, 1 second here. Before I do that, let me just do this one thing here. Hold on. Let me add another thing here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm still getting my stuff together. Let's do this here. We might have to do this too. Hold on. Let's do this here. There we go. We're going to add some things here. Right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just getting caught up here, just getting off the work game here. All right, let's save that. All right, cool. Get that back in business for this live stream here. All right. Let me see who's in the building here. We're going to get to cooking here in a second. Let's see who's in here, man. We got Clifton saying, looks like a good show. I may have to check in. Wait, it's all good, Clifton. If you're late, it's all good. We'll check you on the flip side. Jurgen, what's going on, man? Trigger, what's going on? Corey Joe, what's popping? We got my man Drew, the Painfully Exes podcast. What's popping, brother? Good to see you, man. That's what's going on, Millennial. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Yeah, man, his birthday's coming up. And the reason why I was playing the music, because we share the same birthday, man. March 13th come up on Wednesday. So rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, no doubt, no doubt. We got Peter in the building. What's up, Try? What up, my Dave, my brother? What's going on to you, Peter? Good to see you, brother. Hey, Mo, what's going on with you, girl? Good to see Mo in the building. We got Peter in here. What's going on? 514, you Montreal representing here. All right, Peter. All right, Mo, you in Philly. Hey, y'all doing good today. Y'all picked up Saquon Barkley. Yeah, the Eagles got Saquon, y'all. Hey, man, a 3-year deal with like 38 million with 26 million guaranteed. Not bad. Even though the running back market is bare, he was able to get, got franchise tag last year and he was able to get 26 million guaranteed. That's a win. Hey, man, Philly's going to be nasty. Here's the one thing I got to say about Philly, right? People have their, there's a lot of mixed bag about Saquon. Some people are high on saying he's one of the best prospects to come out of football. Some people think that, he's not who he is basically, but this is going to be the first time in Saquon's career that he's going to play behind a real offensive line. There's weapons on the outside of A.J. Brown. I can't think of the other cat's name. The young came out of Alabama, who's the second receiver they drafted about 2 or 3 years ago, right? So you're going to have some nasty, nasty run play action on the Philly, man. I'm kind of curious how that O-line will block from. I know they're going to lose, was it Jason Kelsey? His brother, Travis Kelce's brother in that O-line, but still, this is going to be the best line that Saquon has had. So I'm kind of interested what Philly's going to do with that offense. The rich getting richer, just kind of pouring in and what money they have before that salary cap kicks them in the ass. Yeah, shout out to Philly. What's going on, Arvin? The 74106. What's going on with you, man? Yeah, 918. Gotcha. Jurgen can hear me with the 1. That's what's up, man. Midnight Star said, Dave, there you are. Oh, here I am. We just getting started. Baba, what's going on? Baba Ronson Live. Peace and salutations to you. Good to see you. Said my birthday was yesterday. Oh, salute to you, birthday. Midnight Star. So that means that you're March 10th. Okay. We stair-stepping around each other. And salute to your birthday. I don't know how old you are, Midnight Star, but congratulations on another year, another time around the globe. Shout out to you. Yeah, that's what's up. Let's see here. Who else we got in the building? Got the Prince in the building. What's going on, man? Super Dave, salute. Respect to you. Ron in the building. Redondo Beach. What's going on, Ron? Representing that West Coast, man. How's y'all weather out there? We got some good weather finally today. We're like around 65 degrees. The sun is out. 65 to us is like summertime with all the crappy weather we get, man. So I know y'all getting that good weather, no doubt. March, happy birthday to all the March bros and sisters. That's right, man. Salute to all the March babies out here. That's what's up. Yeah. Let's see who else we got here. Devontae Smith. Thank you. Thank you for. I had a brain fart. Devontae Smith. So when you look at that, and especially too with Jalen Hurts, when they have the most unstoppable 4th and inches play, when they do the QB sneak with that play they got there. So I'm just looking at their play action. And the fact that I don't know how many hits Saquon got left in him, but it's still a situation where that he's not going to be stacked the line 7 or 8 men in the box like in the Giants here. And then on top of that too, that no team respected what's his name, Danny Dimes. No one respected Danny Dimes, but you're gonna respect Hurts. So yeah, man, it's gonna really bring their offense, really balance it out here. So I'm kind of curious about their defense, but especially the way they close the season out. They just went in the tailspin, and Philly just kept losing game after game. And I think by getting like a Saquon, you want to have a good run game to stop the bleeding, to kill the clock when things are not working. So we'll see how that works out, guys. I'm very interested. Yeah. Said, I'll be 76 June. That's June 9th. Salute to you, Baba. 76. Hey, brother, that is a blessing. I salute you. See, people, the young cats look at people getting older and then like they don't want to talk about it or some form of disrespect or oh, I don't want to get old. The goal is to get older. The goal is to make it each single day. So salute to you, man. 76. So right now you're currently 75. Man, that is a blessing. And I dearly respect anybody, especially you being on YouTube as well, doing your thing, dropping videos, man. So yeah, that's what's up. Shout out to my man, Midnight Star, getting the party started with the first super day. Before I announce it here, guys, you know the situation here. I'm an independent content creator. You know what I mean? So these live streams don't pay for itself. So we got the Cash App ticker down below. We'll go through the Cash Apps as the live stream goes on. And we got super chat, super thanks, super stickers, because it's Super Chat Monday. Yeah, no doubt, man. So my man Midnight Star's here with the $5 holla, turn the chat blue. And guys, I love it when you turn the chat colors. Hey, man, no questions, no comments. My man Midnight Star dropping in for the straight love of the game. My man Midnight, hey, brother, salute. Thank you for the holla. Thank you. Right back at you on the first super of the night. Thank you, man. Salute to you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Ron says, well, there's always good. I live 2 blocks from the ocean. Hey, man, Ron, why you got to rub it in? Why not? Ron's going to say, Dave, you asked the question. Well, I did. Hey, man, that's a blessing, man. You live by the ocean, man, enjoy it and soak it up, man. That's woof. Man, you just don't know how bad Chicago can be. So if you right by the ocean, I know it has its hits and misses, but when you're that close, man, enjoy it. Appreciate you, man. Tito in the building. What's going on, Tito? The mailman is in the house here. Tito, you're 56. That's what's up, man. Congratulations, 55 to 56. Yeah, I like that. You see, we ain't trying to disrespect when we get older. The older we get, the better we get, the wiser we get. Man, it's just like I'm not 56 yet. I'll be 44 on Wednesday, right? But ever since I turned like 39 to 40, I still have my hits and misses, but it's like life slows down a little bit. You start seeing things differently than I did in my 30s as well as my 20s. You have a level of insight. I don't know. Just for me, just like things just started clicking. And it's like, man, I'm not trying to fast forward the future, but I'm also embracing the fact of getting older and getting wiser and understanding this game we call life here, man. That's what's up to you, man. Congratulations on being 56. I hope I live to see 76. Hey, man, let's keep ourselves healthy. Let's make sure we have the right diet. We drinking enough fluids. We keep the proper mind state of positivity and flow. Not surround ourselves with the wrong people that creates that negative energy as well that can take us down in more ways than one, guys. Yeah, man, we all gonna get there. It's all about taking care of ourselves. So salute to you, man. Shout out to you, Thomas. Thomas in the building. Salute to you, man. Jurgen 62 in the house, man. Same to you, brother. You've been rocking with me, man. It's a blessing to make it to these years, man. Shoot, we got to embrace it, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. Salute to my OGs in the crew here. Yeah, Thomas 56 as well, man. Salute to my OGs, man. Yeah. I like that, guys. I like that. I hope that I can make it to 56. You know what I mean? Different perspective when you deal with, I'm not going to go into it, not to be the David Downer, but you guys know I've gone through a lot of, family deaths lately. So anytime that we see people, we interact with people who are living life and actually taking care of themselves and actually living day by day. And so we can see the next here. That's the whole goal, guys. That's the goal. Family, memories, and enjoying the moment. Yes, indeedy, y'all. Appreciate you, Thomas. Yeah. So, let me do this here for a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let's pull this up. All right. Whoops. Didn't want to do that, but it's all good. We'll come back to it. No, we don't care about that. All right. So we'll do this. Oops. Why is it doing that here? I can't stand that. All right. Who else we got here, man? What's going on, Rod? It's been a minute. Rod in the building. It's been a minute, man. We just getting started, man. Good to see you, Rod. Hey, man, what's going on, Rome? Hey, man, Coach, you was ninja watching for a second. What's going on, Rome? Rome in the building, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Let me get this over here. All righty. Give me 1 second. Let's do this here. We about to get this party started. There we go. That's the way I wanted to work here. There we go. Let's do this here. All right. Real fast, guys. Before we get into this Dr. Boyce Watkins, Anton Daniels situation here, right? Didn't want to interrupt the gospel. It's all good, man. Before we get into this, the Anton Daniels, Boyce Watkins situation here, because I didn't ninja. I mean, I'm not blind reacting. I actually watched this, and I don't see Derek in the chat here. So shout out to Derek. He actually emailed it to me last night, right? And so I was trying to figure out. I was actually chilling. And I was like, what am I going to do for Monday's show, right? I wasn't like heavily thinking about it, but it was in the back of my mind. And then I got an email. I was like, oh, thank you, Derek. You just did my job for me. Shout out to Monday. So we're going to get into Boyce Watkins and Anton Daniels. And guys, like I said, I did watch it. And I'm going to warn you guys here. Let me put a caveat here before we get started. I don't have a problem. I don't hate Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if anybody may think someone to talk here, I don't hate Anton Daniels as well, right? If anything, if you guys don't know, Anton Daniels is part of the reason why I'm on YouTube. You know, I mean, I actually went to him for coaching for my career, prior to starting my own channel. And long story short, just to give you guys a little synopsis, I told you, anybody who's been following me knows that I was on another channel called Jump Off Live, my fellas, and we were struggle streaming, and then after a year, we gave it up. And during this time period here, I was like, what am I gonna do? I bought this equipment for YouTube, and I still want to do YouTube, but I need to focus on my career. So I hit up Anton for coaching lessons, right? So I hit him up a couple of times, and the things that we talked about was about life, and it wasn't about YouTube. But the things that we talked about in those few sessions, well, the first session was the biggest one. I was able to take what he told me, just talking man to man, and we navigated. Well, I navigated what I was doing here subconsciously to me starting this channel, and then fast forward 2 years later, I'm here where I'm at right now. So if there's anything I have against Anton, it's just some of the stances that he has, taken regarding Pearl, just racist things in the past. But that's just one stance. And the thing is, just because you move that way in one area doesn't mean that I hate you completely, because it's nothing but respect, because I wouldn't have the channel and have the foresight to move in without him. It's just the fact that on one major instance, I have a disagreement with him, and we move differently in that sense here. But overall, he's a very, very smart man and knows what he's talking about. I know there's certain things that may trigger people to say, I don't even like Anton like that. And I get it, right? But I got nothing but respect for him, right? At the same time, at one point, I had the similar respect for Dr. Boyce or Joy Watkins, how you call Boyce Watkins. I ain't trying to just sneak diss him. I'm not trying to do that, right? But I see somebody who is very, very intelligent, but is a hypocrite. And the thing is, when I say he's a hypocrite, if he's watching, or someone from his team or someone who knows him follows watching, he's a hypocrite because he will go ahead and state his position. If anybody actually pulls up against him and says their stance, what he'll do is he'll actually, if you're very strong in your point, he'll agree with you, but then find a way to slide back to his original position, but change the wording a little bit. So he says this, and then he'll agree with you to push you off the point and then come right back in again. It's very, very passive-aggressive nature, right? And I don't know if he knows what he's doing, or if he's just that willfully ignorant. But when you waffle like that, you do that to try to placate somebody while still trying to stay in your stance. And the issue that Dr. Boyce Watkins doesn't understand is when he gets into the heat of the argument, and I don't know if you notice or not, or if anybody will tell him this here, when you get emotional, Dr. Boyce Watkins, you do not stand on what you normally say. You trying to grasp just to get a response. You're not listening to comprehend. You're listening to respond. Especially when it matters when talking about single daddies and single mothers and stepdaddy syndrome. We got all that going on here, right? So we're going to get into that in a second. Don't worry. We'll get into that. You know what I mean? So what's going on, Ronald? Hope all's well with everyone. That's no doubt, man. Moist acting up again. Hell yeah, he is, man. He's acting up. Dr. Moist got checked. Yeah, we're going to get into it, brother. Rome says, I don't hate people who love Biden. Hey, come on, man. Rome trolling me right now. Stop trolling me, Rome. Hey, man, that's my little nephew, man. Shout out to Rob. He trolling me right now, man. Millennial says, I respect Anton. I may disagree here and there, but I respect him as a man. Yeah, I do too. That's the whole point. Like, I had a very, very strong disagreement about that Pearly things here because I saw the position that he was taking. And as I look back at it now, I know why he took the position. I'm not going to get into it right now because then I'll derail this conversation, and then that can go down an hour-long process. We're going to the just racist things, right? But as I look back at it now, experience is the great teacher, and I know why he took the position. The thing is, I wouldn't take that position, and that's where I differ as a man between him and me. But at the same time, though, you don't throw the baby out the bathwater because you disagree with a man on one point here, or maybe a few other points. But if it's the overall majority that we are similar and like-minded here, that's all that is, just two grown men who have two different viewpoints on that matter. And I'm cool with that, right? And I know how I was reacting at one point, but now that I look back at it now, that's the great thing about human growth. So yeah, shout out to Anton. We'll get into it in a second here. Boyce Watkins is a male kindred. He comes off as hating black men. Yeah, we're going to get into it, millennial. Don't worry about that. He is shifty, Ron. He is shifty. Yeah. Robes, as my high school debate team coach said once, you are emotional, you lost the debate. That's a fact. And that's what I'm learning here as I got older. I was never on no debate teams, but I knew how to talk to people. But it's hard. Sometimes you don't realize it. Especially in barbershop conversations, people can take you out of your element. Like you get into it, you get happy, you see your friends, you get excited, you start talking a little bit faster, and you're trying to get your point across. And the next, not realizing it, you're getting emotional, and then you're not stating what you actually really mean. Or you're grasping for something just to repudiate what the other person's saying without logically thinking about it. You're just throwing stuff up there hoping it sticks. And that's where Boyce Watkins kind of moves. You know what I'm saying? So hold on, let me do this here. We got a first Cash App here. Shout out to my man Quick in the building. Quick is dropping that $10 holla as you see the Cash App ticker down below here. Let me see what the message says. Tip for the TD&D bucket, ninja watching. Thank you, Quick. I'm glad you ninja watching. We're going to get into it, brother. I got you. Hey, brother, Quick. Salute. Thank you for the holla. I appreciate you. Thank you. Right back at you with the first Cash App of the evening. You like my little vibrato? You know what I'm saying? Gotta get that going. Me. I know I can't sing, but it's my channel. Y'all gotta deal with it. So shout out to my man Quick in the building here. Let's see here. What's this other email here? It's not a Cash App. Somebody wants to collab with me. I'll respond back to you later. You want a collaboration? All right. We gotta talk about that after work hours. What's my hours? 9 to 5. Hey, shout out to 5 Heartbeats. Hey, man. Oh, back to back. Shout out to Quick here. He's back also with the $4.99 $5 holla. Turn the chat green here, guys. I love it when you turn the chat colors. It's going to be that kind of show here. I feel it. You got your boy Humble here saying Boyce Watkins is book and money smart dumb, but as rocks when it comes to relationships. Facts. Facts, brother. Hey, man. Hey, brother Quick in the building. New Quick. Let me call you New Quick, man, with salute. Thank you for the holla. Thank you. Right back at you with the back-to-back cash and super. My man Quick, man. We going to get into it in a second, man. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Hope everything's going well in your neck of the woods. Yes, indeedy. Who else we got? A Sensei. What's going on, Sensei? Says party don't start until Sensei is in the chat. Let's good. All right, I see you, man. I see you. Boyce does backpedal a lot. Hell yeah, he does, man. What's going on, Kenneth Jones? Can't stay, Dave. I'll catch the replay. No doubt, man. Replay gangs in your future. I almost forgot here. I got to do this every live stream. Shout out to the Ninja Watchers. I don't see you, but y'all see me. I see the comments. I see some of them views. So I know you out there. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the replay gang. Y'all can't make it. I get it. Sometimes y'all got to leave and come back, or you're in another part of the country here and you can't catch the lives here. You may be just getting off of work. You're in rush hour traffic and you can't click over in your phone. I get it. Shout out to the replay gang. But most importantly, shout out to the live members of the AIC, the tribe members, the Ain't-ish crew. We are here. We in the building, and we about to get cooking in a second, man. That's what's going on. Thank you, Kenneth Jones. Hit the like button, people. That's right, guys. Hey, as we get into the show here now, I get it. Some of y'all ain't got no money. I asked for the supers. I asked for the cash apps. If you ain't got no money, If you ain't got no dough, I'll show how old school I am. If you ain't got no ducats, who remember ducats? You ain't got that moolah. Hey, man, hit the like button. Hit the like button. If you ain't got them greenbacks, if you can't support your boy, hit the like button. If you tired of YouTubers, let me stop. Let me stop. What's going on, Chucky? Chucky's in the building. Good evening to you, man. Good evening to you. Oh, man. Oh, check this out. We got another Cash App, y'all. Shout out to Cordero Hudson in the building. Cordero with the $10 Cash App, man. What's up, man? This is Millennial Investor Support. Shout out to Millennial. We got Millennial in the Cash App game. Hey, Millennial. Hey, brother Millennial. Salute. Thank you for the holla. Thank you. Right back at you on the Cash App Mondays. Ooh, y'all blessing your boy, man. You know what that means, right? Y'all gonna get this show. I don't care if it's one person in the building, 30 people, 50, 200, whatever. I don't care if we get 100 on the replay, or 500 or 1,000 on the replay. I'm going to give you this work, people. I'm going to give y'all this work here. The Prince said, if you ain't got no Skrilla, hit the like button. Exactly, because the likes don't cost you nothing, right? If you ain't holding that dough, go ahead and press that button for your boy. Yeah, what's going on, Stormy B-Man in the building? Salute to you, brother. How you living? How you doing, man? I saw y'all on Drew Titan's channel last night, man. I couldn't chime in, but I saw y'all cooking over there. I was ninja watching. I was ninja watching on y'all in the panel. I saw y'all yesterday. Good work. Hey, real fast, before I get into it, can I tell y'all a dumbass movie that I saw this weekend? Real fast. I think I just forgot the name of it. Hold on, guys. It's hold on. I'm so mad at this movie. Y'all probably know it's on Netflix. Hold on. Leave the World Behind. Leave the World Behind. I watched it on Netflix this weekend. I'm just going to take a few moments to talk about this here. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama don't make no more goddamn movies. I don't want to see no more producer credits. I don't want to see no director credits. I don't want to see y'all in these movies. After watching that movie, I should have left my black ass behind for picking that shit. You saw it wrong too? You liked the movie The Prince? Man, that ending was hot as garbage. That ending was the biggest hot ass garbage, like shit on the side of the street doo-doo, and just left there marinating like that. Oh my God. I was trying to get into it. I'm looking at the various aspects of the movie and certain things like the pictures in the background, as far as in the sofa in the living room and the bedroom kept changing and everything. And I'm not going to go over it too much. I'm just saying, right, it was a lazy ass ending. Thank you, Mo. That is the best way to describe it. That was a lazy ass ending. Yeah, it's like I should have left that movie behind. Yeah, let me see what y'all saying here. Said, say that movie again, Leave the World Behind, with Julia Roberts. What's that actor's name? He was in Training Day, the white guy. Ethan Hawke? Is that his name? I'm just drawing a brain fart right now, guys, because I'm getting ready to get into the show. But also, is it Mahershala Ali? I can never pronounce his first name. You know, I mean, there's elements in the movie that when it builds up, there's certain, I give it the soundtrack as far as like the movie score, where that there's certain areas where that they'll build a suspense when the talking doesn't build it. So you have this conflicts going on here, right? But it was very, very lazy at best. Sadly, I want a refund of my time. You can keep the money and just give me that time back, Obama. I'm telling you, man. I don't want to, man. And then, like, the premise of the movie, I don't care. I'm a spoiler. The premise of the movie is, are we relying too much on technology? You know, because at one point, you know, my man's like, I'm just a worthless white man. I don't know no directions about no GPS. I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no medicine. I need your help. My son's dying. You know? And I get it, right? You know, technology has become the bane of our existence. You know, we're attached to the hip, and, you know, we so attached to these things here. It was just the certain elements that they were directing this movie. Like, this is your house. You Airbnb'd it out. This is your house. And then this white woman keeps saying, this is my house. No, you rented my house. This ain't your house. This ain't your house. This is my house. And then like just the conflicts of this white woman not believing this black man, and this black man is doing everything possible to let her know this is my house. I got every single key to every single room. I know where everything is. I can show you where this is at. I know where this is in the basement. And then when it was even confirmed that it was still his house, they still had his black ass sleeping in the basement of his own house. Hey, man. Damn, that bad, Dave? Yes, it was, Chucky. Yes, it was. Yeah, that ending got me thinking it's going to be another time that I'm not going to waste my time. Yeah, hey, what's going on, Frank? Hot garbage, yeah. Kevin Bacon was on it, too. Yeah, Kevin Bacon was in their room. Yeah, had the names that tricking of A-list actors. Yeah, you gave Kevin Bacon the small-ass role. You know, it's like, hey, man, hey, we cool, but we ain't cool. Hey, come on, man, come on. Rather watch it than leave TD&D behind. Man, come on, man. It was bad. What's going on, MOP in the building? Derek in the building. I was just giving you some love, Derek. Thank you for today's show. I got your email yesterday. That's why we here. Since when did Kevin Bacon became A-list? Hey, dawg, you got to put some respect on Kevin Bacon's name. Hey, Kevin Bacon was popping in the 80s and 90s, man. I mean, he's able to been consistently working. I mean, you may not consider him like A-list now, but I mean, Kevin Bacon's been working for like 40 years. He's been putting in that work. There's a lot of 80s movies and 90s movies that you ain't seen Kevin Bacon in, and he put in that work, right? You know, we live in a moment here, but Kevin Bacon, he was A-list. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's why he's able to get the roles he's getting now. What's going on, Sheila? Sheila's good. Realism in a movie. Who would have thought? Right, Stormy. Right. Let's see here. Who else we got in the building here? What's going on, Sheila? Coming in the building. What's up, girl? My girl Sheila's in the building. Oh, Sheila. With the $9.99, we're going to give you that $10 holla because we don't give a damn about that penny. We're going to give you the upgrade here. Hey, Sheila came in with no questions, no comments. Sheila dropped this for the love of the game, y'all. It's my girl Sheila, man. Y'all can't mess with Sheila. Hey, Sheila, salute. Thank you for the holla. I appreciate you. Thank you. Right back at you on that super. Appreciate you, Sheila. Thank you very much. Yes, indeedy, man. Let me get this back over here, man. I just had to get that off my chest. I'm not going to go completely into it because I'm going to get even more mad. If I keep talking about it, I'm going to get even more mad that I wasted my Saturday night on that bullshit. That was my Saturday night, guys. I live streamed with y'all. Remember? I was here Saturday night. I kicked it with y'all and then turned the surround sound on and made that the rest of my Saturday night. And that was some bull. Man, Brock, yeah, man, you owe me a lot more now. I'm mad at the Obamas. Man. I'm mad at the Obamas. Derek's like, how do we get on Kevin Bacon, man? Hey, that's how this live stream goes, man. It'd be like that, man. Last one I saw him play was with John Travolta. Yeah, that long. Yeah, I mean, I can understand if you ain't seen him in a long time. Remember, he was an X-Men First Class. Remember, he was the head antagonist there. He was the head mutant, before Magneto. That was like a decade ago, right? I mean, like as far as like, I don't know, he's done other roles since then, but the first thing that come in my mind, he was in that X-Men movie. Yeah, First Class. What else we got here, man? You need to get in Shogun. What do you mean by Shogun? I'm confused by that. I always got teased with that song in school. Well, Sheila, reason why I sing that, Sheila, I think I told you. My cousin used to be married to the drummer of the group. They're from Flint, Michigan. And I got a gang of family in Flint, Michigan. So at one time, the drummer of the band was my cousin for a short period of time. All right. So that's why I sing it all the time. I mean, they ain't married no more. And I don't know where that Negro is, I mean, drugs, alcohol, the music game, they all falling off. So I don't know what the hell they doing with their lives now. But for a small period of time, they were married into the family. Flint, Michigan, stand up. Yeah, okay, we'll have to get it going here, man. Oh, the TV show. Okay, sorry, Frank. I heard about that, man. I haven't seen it. Is that good? It's really that good? Okay, I'm going to put that in the list. Man. Flint still got that bad what, man, Tito? I already know, man. Reason why I ain't visiting in a minute. I already know, Tito. I already know. Hold on here. What's this here? All right. The show on Hulu, Dave's called Shogun, is very good. Okay, cool. Y'all gave me some suggestions here. Hey, one more thing before we get into Boyce Watkins. Shout out to Fanon International Boxing again. I need to give Fanon another shout out. I don't know if he's watching. I don't know if he's ninja watching. Man, shout out to you, Fanon, because I saw the frustration in your face today, man. I mean, boxing is literally now we're seeing a subset of how much we got janky ass, weak ass men. Like the arguments that be in the chat and they try to come at Fanon with, and we're learning that. I'm gonna use this parallel really fast. People complain about politicians today, and I don't make this about a politics show. We got into politics on Saturday. It sneaks in, right? And people complain about politicians are too old. They shouldn't be in office. You know, you got Trump at 81 or Biden at 81, Trump at 76, 77. We got two old ass candidates. You know, you have so many old people in the Senate, you know, and they're always saying, we need some new blood and we need some new blood. But here's the thing, while I'm finding out how so many candidates are able to keep working longer. They keep their power. Because one of the things is we're realizing how dumb the next generation behind us is, and we just holding on to it because y'all just some dumbasses. Right? And at the same time, too, we're seeing how dumbasses you are that y'all ain't gonna know how to run the country properly. We're seeing little bits of that now when a new breed comes in here. So that's why you're seeing a stranglehold of like older people hold on position because we're a little bit wiser. We're a little bit older. We understand some things that y'all don't understand. Y'all have some dumbass questions. Then you add the bitchified nature of men these days because we have so many single family homes being raised by these women today. Nothing wrong with the women. I'm saying you try to do your job, you do, but we're seeing the effects of what happens when you have a single family home where they don't prioritize the daddy in the homes. And then what are we seeing right now? We're seeing a whole bunch of the young cats behind us are so goddamn pussified. Oh my God, there's a whole bunch of bitch assness here. And I'm watching Fanon's channel and I'm enjoying myself. You know what I'm saying? He's my separation. I don't watch anybody in my space. I watch other things on YouTube outside what I do. Right? But when I watch what he got going on, I see in the chat and I'm just seeing a whole bunch of bitch assness here. And I'm like, yo, man, the generation behind us makes us feel like we're doomed. We're weak. We're soft. We're some punk asses. And y'all don't know how to handle things. Y'all ask some of the dumbest questions without using logic. And then you got the prison ass niggas who talking that bullshit with their prison logic. They home, but you can tell it's like, damn, this is what happens when, you know, you live that street lifestyle. You go to prison, you come out now and you think you're smart, but you're really just a dumbass. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Right? What's going on? Chi-Town son husbands. Exactly. It's what you're saying here, Rome? Yeah, looking dark for the following generations. Hey, Rome, I feel sorry for you. You behind me. You're in that generation I'm talking about. But you're of the minority, right? So you may see it a little bit now, Rome. I want you to listen to this right now. Put a little ticker in your head and come back 10 years from now. Or when you get to my age of 44, we get to 44 or 45 years old, right? Rome, mark this down. It's gonna flash back to you. Say, damn. Dave didn't tell no lie. These motherfuckers are dumb as hell, and I'm frustrated by this bullshit. I can't take the dick nanigans. See, Rome, you don't understand it now because you young. You do understand it, but you young, you grind, you got your head down, you working hard, you got so much energy. But when you slow down just a little bit in your 40s, Rome, I guarantee you're gonna see what I'm talking about, and you're gonna feel like a loner out here in these streets. You're gonna be like, damn, my peers are dummies. Damn, these cats here, you can't be this grown hells with a family and you thinking like a high schooler. And I'm not using sign language here. I mean, if you just go ahead and watch Fanon's chat and you understand the logic of the game and you say to yourself, people can't be this stupid. Because let me say this and I'm going to move on. Either these cats are that damn ignorant or they're trolls or they're both. Either way, they're doing this every single day. And let's say that they're just trolling us to have fun. If they do this every single day, and this is going on days after days after days, then you add months on that, you know that happens, you know that turns into, guys? That turns into a process. That turns into habit. So what they're not realizing is they're making themselves dumber and dumber by the day. So people who are trolling on the internet who do this, who want to do this here, are volunteering themselves to say, I want to be a dumbass. And I'm going to making myself a dumbass day after day where that I am regressing. And they are regressing to the point where other grown-ass men, when we look at that and say, you can't be serious. What's going on, Maria? Good to see you. And so that's the problem when I see in boxing that makes me says, damn it, I don't want to deal with y'all ninjas no more. I just want to go watch the fight, and I don't want to have no conversation with a whole bunch of dumbass niggas. Niggers, but there ain't no black people that we're talking to most of the time. And that's what blows me. So shout out to you, Fanon. Man, I don't know how you doing it, man. I feel sorry for you. I mean, I know why you do it. You know, you're getting them YouTube checks. So I get why you do it. But at the same time, though, there's that part of me that says, damn, man, oh man, the trolls are heavy and it can just turn you like sideways. Oh, I have to get that off my chest, guys. Rome says, they just want attention more than logic. It's a damn shame, man. Jurgen says, my brother initially denied it when he told him this months later. He admitted that I was right. Okay, Jurgen, man. Crazy. All right, guys, let's get into it. You guys know it here. You guys can contribute to the Cash App ticker. You guys see that. It's also, too, if you guys are wondering where the Cash App is, it's also in the description box below. So we're taking this off the screen right now. Shout out to everybody in the Cash Apps. You know where you can get it at, you know. Shout out to the supers. You know where to hit it at. You know the cash button down there, the $sign. Do your dizzle here. All right, let's get into it now. Let's get into the show. So we are back with Dr. Boyce Watkins. You know, shout out to Derek. He emailed me last night. He emailed me last night when I was watching the Oscars and I saw John Cena become part of the Fruit Booty Committee. John Cena, he's now part of the Backdoorian. There's no way that you know, going on the Oscars butt ass naked with a little bit of stuff to cover his junk here, you know, that he had to sign up for, you know, the next level status, right? What's going on, Roderick from Bermuda in the house here? Yeah, you on time, brother. Rome says, I know it's early day, but with this being the show of boys, pulls out bourbon. yes. We're going to get into it. It's too early for wine, Sheila. It's all good. But, you know, I was sitting down. I was going back and forth, watching different types of TV. Saw John Cena, now part of the Fruit Booty Committee. If y'all wonder what I'm talking about here, when you're in Hollywood and you want to get to the next level, best believe that if you got a virgin booty hole, they will take it. And if you don't believe what I'm saying here, do you really think that John Cena needs to really come out in the Oscars butt ass naked unless they gave him something so that, hey, don't be surprised. You're going to see John Cena in even bigger, more blockbusters going forward here. He's done with wrestling now. He's completely done with wrestling. You're going to see him in blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster movies. But you know what has to happen, though. They got to take your virgin booty hole, allegedly. They got to take the virgin booty hole. That's what happened to him yesterday, right? So I flipping back and forth with that. And then Derek sent me this email that Anton Daniels pulled up on Boyce Watkins. Now, we're not going to play the entire video that leads up to him camming up and they're having this conversation. I will say this, though. Boyce took some shots at Anton in the beginning. You know, he called it like a cockeyed Rick Ross. You know what I'm saying? So he was taking little shots, things of that nature, not realizing that Anton talks about Boyce Watkins. He talks about Boyce Watkins. You know, like his content we do use on YouTube. And if he happens to be checking me out or whatever, or people that know him checking him out, like I said, I did not have a problem with him until I saw him flip-flop and not tell the truth on a couple of matters. And one was that Tulsa, Oklahoma fund. No matter what he can say here, whether he was telling the truth or lying or whatever case, he led people astray. Let's say he wasn't lying. With his financial background, he worked with a con artist that took millions away. It's a long story short. I'm just going to keep it like that. Just Google that. You see the videos. O'Shea Duke Jackson was murdering that on him like that, and a whole bunch of other folks here, right? So he was taking sneak diss at Anton, and Anton said, hey, you know what? I'm pulling up. So this is where we're going to pick it up. We're going to pick up right at the beginning of the pull-up, the beginning of the conversation, so that we can get an understanding of what they're talking about. Stepdaddy in the community, black men taking on single black women, him trying to explain why men want to demean women. He wants to play the tone police. Put it out there. And that's why people don't respect you, Boyce Watkins. You want to play the tone police. You want to be able to talk about men any way possible, but when we talk about women, You wanted to say, well, we got to tone down our rhetoric or we got to say things differently, but you can't have it both ways. Women can't have equality, but at the same time, make it fit for them when it works for them. But when it hits the fan, we want to treat them like the 1930s and 40s damsel in distress. It can't be one or the other, right? O'Shea was in Theo's chat today. Oh, straight up. That's dope, man. That's dope. I totally agree with what you're saying 100%. What's going on, Alan? Appreciate you. So we're going to get into the conversation here because, like I said, I initially was rocking with him until I saw someone who I thought he may be book smart. He's more educated than me as far as like book smart. He has advanced degrees in finance, so he's done that kind of work. But just because that, you have this advanced knowledge, is it being applied properly? And then after that being applied properly, are you even a person that can't be given certain advice when it comes to young Black men and the best advantages for them? Not because you feel like it's a good thing, but what is actually advantageous for us men today. Not because you did something. Because I don't know about you, but if you have kids of your own, you want them to go in the best possible field possible, the best way possible, whatever they want to go on in their life here. And so let's get into it now. All right, let's pull the video up. All right, here's Boyce Watkins. And here's what I got a problem also too with him. I got to be honest here. I'm a smaller YouTuber, 18,000 subscribers, knocking on 19,000. He has an audience of his stature, and look at how dusty his camera is. What's going on, Kenny Mac? It's too many goofies on the internet, seriously. You got that right, man. But here's the thing. How do you have this big audience and not reinvest to your platform? You got this janky-ass background. Look at this. You got some sheets on your wall here. You're using your camera. You're using your laptop camera, right? You got this hazy look. It just shows that you have, real talk here. I have a better setup than you, and I'm a smaller channel. You know why? I want people to enjoy my channel. If I got to your status, and I'm not just like clout chasing or pocket watching, but there's no way that I'll have over 100,000 subscribers, 200,000 subscribers, 300,000 subscribers, and have this janky ass camera that he uses time and time again. This background makes no sense here. You could have got someone who, you're Boyce Watkins. There's somebody that could put you on game and say, hey man, let me help you out your set, man. Can you just get your finger and wipe down the camera lens? Because it looks smuggy as hell. Oh my God. So, you can't be, when you get to a certain stature, I believe you have to reinvest in yourself is what I'm talking about. And anybody that doesn't reinvest into their career, that doesn't reinvest into what they're thinking is their product or what it is that they feel the greatest in or that's their thing. If you're not reinvesting to yourself, then why should we care about you? Because you're doing the bare minimum. You just turn your camera on and you got your mic on, you're just going here. I really believe that as content creators, we should not be doing the lowest form. If you're making money, you can buy a damn camera. All right, so let's get into it here. It's a reaction, so I'm gonna chime in back and forth here when I hear the dick nanigans. So let's get into it, guys. Let's go. Likes up in the building, guys. Likes up in the building. Let's go.
So Anton, I'm gonna bring you in. So here we go. So everybody, welcome Anton, and let's treat him with respect. Let's hear what the brother has to say. Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Doing good. So welcome to the channel. It's good to finally meet you in person. So I assume that you have some things to say. So I'm gonna go ahead and just be quiet and give you the floor.
Well, first and foremost, let me say I appreciate you for letting me come on a platform and even being able to have this conversation, because I think it's important because we just fundamentally disagree on a lot of different things. First, let me say that I remember all of the times where you were throwing shots, Boyce. You threw a lot of shots in a lot of the different red pill content spaces. You throw comments inside of Instagram posts that's specifically referencing me on videos that they were post to me. You throw ad hominem attacks like, oh man, he must be cross-eyed or stuff like that. And that's cool. I don't have any problems with that because it's cool. We all content creators and people are going to get shots. But then you can't complain on the other side when people reference you because you always playing victim or you always trying to act like you don't understand why people have a problem with you. It's because you do things like that, but then you want to sit here and posture and say, well, we should all talk like men. You started it. You absolutely started it. And so when other people start to get shine or when other people's message start to resonate with other men, then you throw shots instead of having a conversation with them. So I appreciate you for even allowing for me to come on a platform and have this conversation in the first place, because I think that, you know, you need to check that. You do a lot of that when you talk about empowerment, but you always throw shots at different content creators. But then when it's time to have a conversation in the past, you say, well, I'm not paying attention to it. I don't really reference it. It's not a big deal. I think that that's not right. That's not right, boys. And then you wonder why people.
You actually make.
Go ahead.
You made a great point. You.
I was on mute. Sorry, guys. I know I was on mute. You don't got to type it. I just want to pause that for a second because that is so true. Because one thing that Boyce Watkins will do is he'll be in the chats. He'll be saying stuff in the chats. He throws stones and then hides his hand. And he can't say he doesn't do it because there is so many instances of that happening. People screenshot of other situations with other people as well as women here. So we're going to get back into it, but he does do this a lot here. He'll be in the chat. He'll be in a comment section. He'll throw a stone, and then he'll come on his live saying, I don't know why they talk about me. I don't know why they mess with me. I don't know why they say this and that. When literally there's been screenshots time and time again of him doing this here. So Anton came ready. Anton got receipts. So let's get back into it.
No, you really exposed me with that because you're right. Sometimes I go in the land of petty. Like I think, for example, and it really is. It is a type of hypocrisy that I've always.
Oh, you admit to it
because it's like I had, and you're not the first person I've had that kind of disagreement with. Kwame Brown really had a problem. I mean, this dude made 12 videos or something in a row about me. I didn't watch any of them, so that part about ignoring it, I really do ignore it because I want to focus. But if you really look at it, I said his name first instead of, you know, and I wasn't trying to insult him. But I said his name, he got offended, and that was the reaction. So you could be right. I've been accused of being a provocateur before.
See, we're getting into it now. You could be right. No, he is right. I could be. No, you are. This is a good debate tactic that Boyce is doing, but we're gonna see how Anton's not gonna fall for it here, right? He's trying to lull you to sleep. This is where he says, well, maybe you are right. This is where he said, well, maybe I'm gonna agree with you here. You know, and then the average person will hear that and is like, okay, I'm making my point across. So you kind of let your guards down. But you got to be careful, though, because he says that. And then you got to watch for the sly stuff in a little bit here. So let's continue.
And so first off, I want to acknowledge that and even apologize for that. But then second of all,
I don't think it warrants an apology because we are content creators. The only thing that I'm saying is, you know, if you dish it out, you just got to be willing to take it back. I say a lot of things because other people are content creators, and so I'm going to critique their position on different subjects. And then I notice that they get offended, but people say stuff about, I'm not tripping about it. It's just a part of the game. I understand that that's what comes with the territory. So I don't have any problem with you doing it. I just don't want you to be a victim. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, you know, I don't see myself as a victim. I understand where you're coming from with that. I mean, I don't look at it as like, woe is me. I think it's more so, I'm thinking more so about the fact that it seems to me that we can't have this conversation about dating and relationships without it somehow sounding like we're getting clicks and views by bashing Black women. You know, and I know that it's not all women, and I get it, but I don't see the same level of accountability being pushed toward the men as the women. And I believe it's because the men are the ones that are promoting the content and giving the clicks and views and because you're affirming everything they believe, that nothing's their fault, that it's always the women this and women that. I see the same shit you see. I see the same community you see. You know, I avoid the same women you might avoid, but I think that we have a community that needs healing and support, not one where we got millions of men that are just talking crazy about like single mothers. Like, what the fuck is wrong with single? Like, every single mother is not a hoe. You know, some of them literally got abandoned by some raggedy ass Negro who didn't handle his responsibility. We don't talk about that.
We do talk about it. We've been talking.
Okay, well, let Anton cook. You see how he went to that part here? In my commentary, I don't call every single mother a hoe. You see, that's his go-to. I'm gonna let Anton cook here. But for me personally, I don't call them hoes. I mean, some of them are. I mean, if you got 7 kids by 5 different men, let the chips fall. I got those videos. I got the receipts that come out of their mouth here. You can't refute that, right? What I talk about is the delusion. What I talk about is women who expect certain men and certain qualities of these men, but don't look in the mirror what they're looking for. He already goes to the hoes aspect. And that's not all about this content in these men-centric areas where we talk about this here. We talk about the delusion. I also even mentioned, hey, you can ask for what you want to ask for, but you can't expect these things to happen when you know that you have the better option as 10 years ago. See, we're going to get to now the emotional part of Boyce Watkins here, because we can see he automatically went to this here. Oh, well, we all call them hoes. Man, we ain't all calling them hoes, but we are calling them delusional, because their overwhelming numbers are showcasing how they're acting. Like, you want to cape for the women who don't deserve the men you want them to marry. Let's go.
Been talking about it for the past 50 years. Guys by default have always been held accountable, largely for the things that they do, because we don't have a safety net. But when we speak, of course, there's going to be the anomaly. Of course, there's going to be the woman who was widowed. Of course, there's going to be a lot of different women that are in certain circumstances. But when we speak to the majority. We don't speak to the minority. And statistically speaking, the overwhelming majority of women are having babies with a small minority of men. Let's say, for example, that you hold every guy accountable, because contrary to popular belief, I'm much harder on guys than I am on women. I am absolutely, positively dedicated to building men. As a matter of fact, I'm an advocate for dick discipline. I don't advocate for guys to be out here spreading their seed. I'm a reflection of the thing that I advocate for. And I'll get into my family history in a little bit. But in a general sense, I'm much harder on men than I am on women. But we live in a society where women have advocated for equal. They've advocated for equal when it comes to what benefits them, but not advocating for equal when it comes to holding themselves accountable for the decisions that they make, right? So now that they have a platform, and we've let women have a platform for a long time, now that men are starting to speak to their issues, we have to call a spade a spade. And the reality is that I can hold every single guy accountable, and every single guy can clean up their mess in their life. But it only takes a percentage of 1% of men to then get with all of the women that then choose this exact same type of guy, have a child by him, but then they'll start to hold all men accountable for the idea that they chose wrong, because they know that they should not be opening their legs and carrying before they marry. And so when we start to have these conversations, we have to have them holistically. You can't just say, okay, well, what about the guy? We always talk about the guy. We've been talking about the guy since the beginning of time. They won't even advocate for updating family court laws that were created at a time where women didn't even have rights to choose for themselves or be able to have the opportunities to have the jobs that they have. But they advocate against updating family court laws, but then advocate for making sure that they can choose and do what they want to do, but then advocate against being able to be held accountable for the decisions that they make. And that's ultimately creating so much chaos as far as the type of women that are then determining what's happening in our elections, the type of men that they're raising that ultimately is affecting what's happening in the laws that's happening in our schools. All of the things that we have as far as men being able to say, okay, well, I'm going to be held accountable for the fact that I chose this woman or I had children with this woman, which the overwhelming majority of single men don't have children out of wedlock. That's a statistical fact. More men don't have children out of wedlock versus single baby mamas. But then we advocate for cleaning up the community. I don't believe personally that the goal is to make sure that we remix families and remix the core of what it takes in order to be successful when it comes to creating families and coming together. I think that we need to go back and hit the reset button and start to say, okay, wait a minute. We shouldn't be having children out of wedlock instead of enabling bad behavior by saying, okay, well, wait a minute. Some guy should come up and clean up the mess of another guy, because what about him? What about the guy that took care of his business, was on top of things, did not have children out of wedlock, made sure that he leveled up and took care of his business, If we care about him, why would we say, hey, you need to go and get with a woman that then messed up her life, instead of pairing him with a woman that's more closely or equally yoked with the direction of his life that he's going? Why should it be the responsibility of somebody that didn't create that situation, instead of holding a person accountable that did, like we do to men every day, since we live in a society where we've advocated for feminism and equality, especially equality with regard to decision and what you can choose to do as far as for a living? Why should guys have to bear that brunt instead of be held accountable, holding accountable the ones that's actually making the decisions to get pregnant?
Now here was you.
Before Boyce comes back in there, I agree wholeheartedly with Anton in this here. Like in the beginning of the show, I mentioned I have some things I disagree with Anton, but at the very core, this is where I totally agree with Anton on here. He is not telling any lies right now. We got the community of these women who are not being held accountable, but we've been holding men accountable since beginning. The thing is, you are not in the circles, boys, that where you're seeing men being held accountable, or you're not watching the content fully where men like Anton and myself, where we do hold men. I am harder on men than women. You may see the more content where I'm grilling women, but when you see me go in, when we talk about the men and how earlier in this show, I'm talking about how men are soft. We got a whole bunch of bitch assness in the community here. We got a lot of young men who are not sure of themselves here. So I hold men even more accountable. I tell guys like, look here, I understand that money is hard to get out here these days, but if you can't afford the date, then don't do it. Sit out, get your game right, get your money right, stack your coin, get out of debt. Don't be taking on unnecessary charges that you need to be taking here, and get yourself right until you are ready to go bring a woman in here. But we never want to hold women accountable when they put a cart before the horse. They get pregnant before they get married. So many women look to the lifestyle of being okay of a baby mama, then they look at a wife as a prison sentence. So let's hear what Boyce is going to say about this here, because what Anton says here, what people like to do when we're in these spaces, when men talk about women, and then they hear the hard stuff, they hear the medicine, right? And then it's like, oh, why you gotta be so hard? Why you gotta be so mean, right? But when we talk about men, what do we say about men? Man up. What do I say? Stop being a bitch. We got a whole bunch of bitch assness in the community. I say that about men, but if we called women saying woman up, stop being, if we said those exact same things, oh, what would y'all say? But you don't. You just, when we start pointing the arrow at you, then it's like, well, what about men? No. We need to let people know that every single individual is accountable for their actions. Let's continue.
What you're saying. I mean, I think that if you want my take on feminism, I'm not really into any of what has happened in our community for the last 50 years, right? So you are correct in that the choices are being made in the wrong way. I think that where I want to kind of add to that and try to understand this better is why is it that we would say, for example, look at a child as somebody else's mess to clean up? I married a woman that had 3 kids, as a lot of people seem to know, and it wasn't because the father was a piece of shit. It's because they got a divorce for whatever reason. I work with the father to raise the kids. I love the kids. I consider children to be an asset. I love, I could have married, you and I both are guys who have a little bit of money. You know how it is. You got a little bit of money. You could pick from the litter. I could have got a woman 25 years younger than me and had a newborn baby. I just didn't want to have a newborn baby. I like mentoring kids. These kids have helped me make millions of dollars because they helped me run my business. This is fun for me. So why is it that we would go out and tell men, don't be no step baby daddy. Don't be no, I think I used crash dummy or something like that. I honor those men. I like seriously, I really have admiration for the men who say, you know what, I didn't make this mess, but it's my community. I'm gonna clean up. If I see a piece of trash in my neighborhood, I'm not gonna be like, well, that's not my trash. Somebody got to go pick this up. I'm not picking it up because it's not my responsibility. No, I think it's all of our responsibility. Right? Because you are right. You what you said earlier, I agree with that 100%. That the study show.
You see, I agree with that 100%. Watch them agree, but disagree in the same sentence.
That women are attracted to the top 10% of men. And you got some of those men, that top 10% that fuck everything, impregnate everything, passing all the disease, all that, right? So that's got to be dealt with. But I don't necessarily always look at it all as just like, okay, all these women were just stupid. sometimes they literally fall in love with the guy and they really think it's going to work out. And maybe their daddy nobody taught them how to discern between the two. I just think that attacking is not the best approach. I think that
maybe they just fall in love with the Pookie. You know, maybe they really love Pookie, and then that's why these things happen. Boys, you ain't never watched my channel. Hell, you ain't watched Kendra G's channel on her dating show. Can you hear the simping coming out here? You see how he's making excuses for the women. Like, here's the thing. There is circumstances where you might have some women who are good women who made one bad choice. And then, of course, what we say is you're lumping this one woman with all these banshees. Well, that can be the case here. But why is it that you make the excuses for women like the way you're doing here, but you won't look at the other side of the coin of women who are voluntarily living this lifestyle? You see, that is the problem that Boyce Watkins will not admit to. I don't know if anybody even took a direct shot to have him answer this question. You keep bringing up the women who may be in love with Pookie, who made a bad decision. He's like, well, maybe, you know, she doesn't have her daddy to help her out. But what about the so many high percentage of the women who choose to live this lifestyle? There is more sexy reds out here than you think. Guys, Lord have mercy.
I think that we can build without having a scapegoat. I feel like the single black mother is what's the scapegoat. It started with the Kevin Samuels thing when he realized how many views he was going to get. Remember, Kevin Samuels did content for years. Nobody paid attention. It wasn't until he told that poor lady that she's going to die alone, which she probably already knew that shit anyway. That was when he started doubling down on that. And I'm like, why you got to go?
No, see, this is good here, guys. This is good. I'm pausing here for a second. See, people who only take snapshots of Kevin Samuels will point this. And it is true. It is a fact that that's the viral moment that took Kevin Samuels to the next level. That is a fact. But here's the thing, though. At that point in juncture, Kevin was being honest to women well before that. We like to ignore the 3 to 4 to 5 years where his content was strictly on men, how men need to level up, different cologne style, different dress patterns. If you over here moving like this, you don't deserve no woman, right? And then you saw the transition where he started addressing women, but he was getting gangs of views, but that was the viral moment that took him to superstardom. Right, but you can see how he said, well, he started double downing. No, boys, that's when you was only on his radar. If you don't do the homework, you don't look at his channel, you don't look at the content that's going on here. Kevin was talking to women like this for a hot minute as well. But see, that's how they want to do the red herring. They take that little slither and say, well, this happened, and then boom, he just blew up here. Nah, man. We saw the evolution of Kevin Samuels, but then that was the spark plug that took him to the next level. Let's continue.
Go tell people they're going to die alone. If they know they're going to die alone, they're going to die alone. Let them deal with that. It's not our job to be like, well, because you are a 35-year-old black woman and you whatever, you're going to die alone. Why would we even want to be known for that kind of thing?
She called in.
Exactly.
What do you mean? She asked for the advice. She asked him for his insight.
Mm-hmm.
See, the part where you're wrong is that we don't acknowledge the fact that Kev had held men accountable for years. And he was much harder on men than he was on women. But see, we only want to acknowledge the part where people start getting offended because he started holding women accountable. See, your word choice is strategic, and I understand what you do, Boyce. You use attack instead of saying being held accountable. See, we don't use the word attack when we talk to men. Good point,
Anton.
We just say, man up, take care of business, take ownership and responsibility for what you did, and then keep going. But we don't use that word when we apply it to women that ask for the advice of Kevin Samuels. He didn't attack anybody. He told the truth. And so it's a difference between being a truth teller and somebody that's doing it for views, because he was compensated according to what it was, which I think that he should have been compensated and he should have been much more successful earlier. But because he was compensated and he was successful as a result of it, that's what then brings out the jealousy. That's what then brings out the haters. That's what then brings out the problem, because he wasn't a problem when he was given the exact same advice, even worse to men. But let's flip.
Before he continues here, I don't want people thinking I'm a parrot for Anton, but he is stating facts here. That woman called into the show. Kevin Samuels was using StreamYard as well as another application that he uses, as well as a couple other functions when we do these live streams. He drops a link. She clicked on the link. She stopped the show to demand Kevin to ask for the rating. She kept asking for it. Kevin initially did not want to say what he said initially. And then he went and told her what she asked for. You see how Boyce, like said, Anton is very smart too as well, how he knows what Boyce do. He uses the words like attack, right? But we don't say attack men, right? Why you got to attack this woman? She called in and she wanted this information. So is Kevin Samuels attacking her, or is Kevin Samuels obliging to her request? You see, this is how you got to look out for guys who use weak arguments to try to say that he hated women, or you're attacking, or you're doing this to women. Why we got to use these kind of tones here, right? If you actually did your homework and actually understand the genesis of that here, you wouldn't say that. But that's how people do. Like, he knows what he's doing. We're going to let Anton cook a little bit more here. When he said, we don't say attack the men, but you use attack for women. Very wise choice of words that he does there that helped pair it for his audience, which is majority women.
Flip over for a second. I don't think these guys are heroes of the community. I think that these guys are enabling bad behavior, because if a woman, and they say it regularly, can go out and do what she want to do, these college campuses are nothing but indoctrination camps. They are.
I agree with that, but I've said the same thing. Go ahead.
And they literally not only are indoctrination camps, but they're also a gateway into bad behavior for a lifetime of pain, meaning that they go out there, they slut it out, they get pregnant, they do what they want to do, and they even have a phase for it. They say, this is my whole phase. So instead of us holding women accountable and saying, hey, you shouldn't have a whole phase, but you should get married, because we already understand what the statistics are. You're less likely to go to jail. You're more likely to graduate college. You're less likely to need therapy. You're less likely to have problems. You're less likely to join gangs if you are raised in a two-parent household. Instead of us going back to the core of it and saying, hey, listen, I'm not going to enable your bad behavior by rewarding you with a good man that then should have been with his own family. Instead, I'm going to hold you accountable, and maybe you should choose better. As a matter of fact, you should probably go back and get with the person that you had children with in the first place, because if he was good enough to open your legs for, because kids still need their father. You just said out of your own mouth that you worked closely with the father of the children from the mother that she originally had kids with. So why don't we have conversations with men or with women and say, hey, then how come you won't go back with the person that actually had the children with, because that's probably what's best for them in most situations. But I believe that you advocate for it because that's the life that you live. You chose it. And so how can you go against the very thing that you live and then tell guys to do anything different when that's the thing that you're doing? Because you would sound like a hypocrite. And I think that you also understand who your core audience is. I think that the majority of the people that support you, Boyce, are women, Black women. And they want to hear the narrative. They want to be sold. They want to be told a certain thing, similar to how it is when we go to church. And so they support you because you don't go against them. And it's a strong possibility, the majority of them, based off of the statistics, that they are single mothers. And so I don't speak to the majority of people that want to hear what they want to hear. The only thing I care about is the truth. I'll let the chips fall where they may. And I'm not controlled by anybody. I don't care about the demographics. My audience, or the people that resonate with me, they gonna find me. I don't pander to nobody. The only thing I do is I tell the truth. There's nothing that I say, is nothing that you can reference that I say that is actually bad for the community, including how I live my life. Specifically, you reference my family. I'll give you a little bit of context. I was raised in a two-parent household, all 4 boys, me and my 3 brothers. My father was in our life until I was in my late 30s. That's when my father passed away. Then my mother became a widow when all of her children was out the house past 30 years old. And then eventually another guy, because she was working for me in one of my restaurants, came in, asked me, could he speak to my mother? And then eventually they wound up getting married after her children were already grown. So she was widowed, and then she wound up getting remarried when her children was grown. All 9 of my uncles on my mother's side married, never divorced. None of my brothers have never been divorced. I've been married for almost 20 years, since I was 22 years old with the woman that I chose, the woman that I grew up with in high school. I met her in high school. She's in the other room right now. I have a daughter, right? My other uncle that's not deceased on my father's side, he's still married to the same woman. I don't come from broken households. I don't come from broken families. I chose the woman that I have. I have no scandals. I have no problems. I have no issues in my life. So when I speak, what happens is the reason why I live my life like an open book is because I want men to not only see an example of a person that's advocating for the thing that he lived for, but I'm a reflection of what I would want my daughter to marry. And so it's hard for women to then come after me and say, well, he's hurt or he's coming from a broken family, because I don't. And I think that it's guys like me that need to advocate for guys that's on the other side, because I don't have to go through it and they don't either. And I want to be a reflection of what I want those guys to be. But I believe that you advocate for it because you understand your audience. I don't think that you even really believe it. There's no way in the world that you can tell me, Boyce, that you would tell your daughter or your son to go and get with a ready-made family. I don't believe you would do it.
So before Boyce responds here, shout out to Anton. I'll let him cook on that one, right? And that was one of the things, I'll be honest here. I don't want to tell all my business, but when me and Anton did talk, that was one of the things that connected me and him. We have a similar background. My father and my mother, I was in a nuclear home. I had my dad until my late 30s or 39 years before he had his heart attack, most of you know. My mom and my dad was married for 49 and a half years. 6 months prior to our 50th wedding anniversary. Me and my brother was raised as a family of 4 with both our mother and father here. My mom comes from 15 brothers and sisters, as well as my dad had 5 brothers and sisters as well. And all of them are married. So there's been some divorces, but most of them, for the majority of part, I come from a family of people who are married, husbands and wives in the Black community. I have a gang of cousins who are also married and have kids as well, right? And the same thing for me. And I have a daughter and I'm raising a daughter right now. So I have a similar background to Anton. So when he talks about that, what he's speaking about is I don't come from a broken home as well. We have our problems. We have our issues growing up. We have our things where we go through it here, but it was not a broken home. So when I talk as well, I'm saying the same thing as Anton as well. I speak it from a part of goodness here. I'm speaking from a part of, I know what happens when you have the mother and the father in the home and what happens, the possibilities when you have that balance of both parents able to handle the household here. And we're seeing the ramifications when we have both the mother and father home compared to we just see just the mother in the home raising these kids here. So when we talk here, especially a person like me, and the reason why me and Anton connected when we were talking, and it was like, yo, we got a similar background. So your dad passed away, my dad passed. It was a really, really good conversation just talking about life. But when we speak, it's not about bashing women. It's about life and showcasing that some of us who did not live in broken homes can showcase what happens and what is the best ramifications possible for us in the community. Let's go ahead and continue. Let's see what Boyce gonna say about this.
So, well, let me jump in on that. My audience is actually pretty mixed. It's about 60-40 women to men, though. So
What?
You are right about that.
Hold up with that bullshit. If it's 60-40, that's the majority. You see how you try to sneak that in? Well, it's very mixed. It's 60-40 women and men. That is 50-50 would mean you got, diverse here. When it's 60-40, that is an overwhelming majority. Hey, when you run for election here, when we see the election counts, hey man, 50.1%. Now, there may be a certain number depending on the criteria of the size of the population, but 50.1% is the majority. And you're going to say 60%? That means that you have a majority women's background for your show. You just can't slide that in and say, well, it's kind of mixed, but it's 60-40. Nah, that means majority women. We didn't say, well, it's 45 and 45 and some other stuff going on. Man, 60 means you're teetering close to 70. Let's continue. Stop it, boys.
Yeah, but there's a lot of men that follow me, and it's not, and the pandering part, I think that's debatable because when I go to your channel and I look at who's in there making comments, it's mostly men, right? And what I would almost say to you, brother,
likes up in the building.
In terms of a thought, is I think there's a reason why men resonate with your message more than women, because I don't really hear the kind of intelligent, constructive advice that I think you're capable of when I see your commentary. I see a lot of stuff that could come off as woman bashing, right? Like that.
Just you see that right there? The word choice, women bashing. We're gonna get into it here now. But you see, I watch Anton from time to time. I don't watch as much because I got my own channel. I can't be watching other YouTubers. I watch Fanon because it's a whole different sector, like I said, boxing to get my head clear, right? But the choice of words again, woman bashing. You see the choice in words that he uses. Now, Anton's going to ask for an example here. Let's see what Boyce is going to say now. Likes up in the building, guys.
Like the little video that I shared on my Instagram about Umar hit it, so hit it. Then you threw that little thing, but Boyce didn't hit it. We know we ain't worried about Boyce. You're right, and you're right. Boyce ain't gonna hit it because Boyce was not out there.
Boyce,
right.
You know the difference between joking and then also putting the medicine inside of the candy. What part of that clip that you played was actually toxic or woman bashing?
I think the
part
here we
that
go. Was toxic was this idea that that we are judging a woman's past much more harshly than we would judge a man's past. You said sit in the presence of kings. I think it's debatable about what makes a man a king. I know a lot of men who ain't got king-like qualities, who ain't kings for shit, who are walking around claiming. Seriously though,
what's the toxic part? What's the toxic?
Like when you hear guys talk about, well, women's standards are too high and they want this to. I'm like, well, maybe you just didn't make the fucking cut.
No,
like seriously, like a lot of guys don't make the cut and then run around
in the clip,
bitching and pissed off because the woman didn't want him. She had better options than you.
What in the clip did you play that I say that was woman bashing or toxic?
Okay, let's play the clip. How about we play the clip?
Oh,
is that cool? All right, let's put the clip up and we can dissect it. That way we can look at a refresh memory. And I gotta actually take a quick leak. So this will be your platform for a minute. Let me see if this is.
I don't care what nobody say. I definitely.
Damn. All right. You know what? It's on my Instagram. Okay. So let me pull it up on my Instagram. But I'm gonna play the clip, man, because the thing about it was the tone. If you want to understand like the other point of view on what you said, go to my page. Since you said more women might follow me or whatever than you. Take a look at what some of the ladies said, and I think that women should be heard. Right? It doesn't mean you got to agree. The question is, are you hearing women, or are you just telling women what you think, and that we somehow, because we're men?
Do you hear this? I just want to pause it. You hear the stance he's taking here? He doesn't want anybody to tell women anything. We can't be honest with women is what he's saying here. We can't have true dialogue. Even when we raise our voices, we take a certain disposition. He wants to make it seem like we're bashing, we're hurting, we're harming. He's a tone police. You see, he can't understand the fact that women can be held accountable for the bad mistakes that they make. And then whenever that comes up, he wants to turn the argument around to, well, what are men doing? And that is the problem with so many women use this argument today and guys like him. We're not talking about men. Only way we can focus on individuals, people working together and getting right here is we focus on the problem. If we just kept walking away from it, they're going to keep doing what they're going to do.
Our opinion is the only opinion that matters. That's the part that's the problem. That was the issue I had with. I like Kevin Samuels. Kevin did a video about me. I felt bad because he was very supportive, bro. He was very supportive of me in the video. But Kevin died alone. Kevin Samuels, the same shit he said about that woman. You're gonna die alone. You're gonna die alone.
He went in on you.
This is a classic. I'm telling you, when Kevin Samuels died, this was the argument that a lot of women who hated Kevin usually he died alone. One of the things that Kevin Samuels talked about before he died is that when of course he was divorced. People say, why should we listen to someone who's divorced? I'm gonna tell you something. I would rather listen to somebody who's been divorced when we're talking about these conversations than somebody who's never been married before. You cannot take anybody's advice who's been there, whether they have messed up, whether they went to it and got divorced and they had failed relationships. I'd rather talk to someone who's failed at something than someone who's never done something before. That's one thing. And number two, he didn't die alone. So many times Kevin saying they asked him, would you get married again? He's like, I don't know if I want to get married again, but if the right woman came along, what I look for in my life and knowing how things are, yes, I would consider it because I do believe in black families. But the day he passed away, he had a young 30-something-year-old Latino chick. So he when he's talking about, you see my pause game, how he looks here and how emotional he's getting here, he died alone. Well, technically single, yes, but by his choice, because he could have had the choice to marry somebody, but he didn't find anybody that was on his program. But he didn't die alone. He has a nice piece young ass here if you want to talk about it that way. All right. So let's continue. Let's see what more he's going to say.
The minute that he passed away, you started talking junk about him the minute that he passed away.
Yes, he did.
You know what? I had to be honest. Just like you said, you don't pander. I don't pander.
So how can you sit here and say that you rock with me?
I lost a lot of black male friends because of that position, but I'm okay with that.
I'm with having smoke for people when they can defend themselves. But how can you speak ill upon a man after he passed away? That's just low. That's low brow,
exactly.
Boyce. You know it.
Exactly.
You cannot start speaking all of a sudden start talking on a person after they passed away. Hold on. Because I know him. I spoke at his funeral, right? I know his mother. I know his daughter. That was low brow. To hear you as a voice of the black community talk negatively about a person after they passed away, that was foul, Boyce.
There was nothing.
Let me get my point, because this is part you're gonna see, Boyce. He gonna be waffling like, I didn't. I keep the same energy. Here's the situation, right? If you got problems with a person, you should keep the energy when they're alive. If you're gonna say something to them, say something to them when they're alive. But if you wait till they're dead, and then the moment they're dead, and that's when you make your comments, that is low. That is low. That is low brow, and that is just straight up nasty. And then what makes you even a better man doing that here? You did it because you know that Kevin couldn't come back to say nothing towards you. That's why you did it. And it was low. Anybody that took a shot at Kevin Samuels after he died, y'all a bunch of bitches. I will say that. You know why? Because when he was alive, y'all didn't have that smoke for him. Y'all didn't come for him. Y'all, you kept things under your lip. You kept it quiet. And then when he didn't have his megaphone anymore, when he couldn't talk anymore because the man had passed, that's when you came out of the woodworks. That's when you came out the shine here. And that's not fair and that's low. All right? Because if you really felt that way, if you really had that energy, then man up. Or also woman up and come into the arena and box of Ali. If you ain't gonna do it, then you need to shut the fuck up when they alive and shut the fuck up when they dead. Plain and simple.
Then I said about Kevin after his death that I did not say when he was alive. And Kevin knew it because Kevin was talking about my wife on his platform.
Watch this now. When they passed away,
I did not know. My position is unconditional honesty. I don't give a fuck if you're alive or you're dead. My opinion is not going to shift. I did not. No. Let's be clear. I did not dislike Kevin. I specifically gave him compliments. I talked about the good things he did. Man, we gotta defend our women, man. If you got a platform when you're making women feel bad, acting like women are the only ones who can die alone.
Trying to move the goalposts.
He's moving the goalposts.
Yes, he is. Moving the goalposts.
Once a person passes away, first of all, it was fresh off of his death, and his mother is grieving, and his daughter is grieving. His friends is grieving. People that actually care for him is grieving. You piled on in the death. That's low brow, Boyce. Listen, and I said it. I don't care if people say.
Before Anton continues, see, Boyce knows if he admits to us here, then he's got to backtrack a lot here. Anton is being honest. Anton has actually done his homework. You can see at the way he's speaking, his disposition, and Boyce is all over the place here. He don't even have his thoughts formulated. He keeps jumping and he's moving the goalposts as we speak here. But as soon as somebody dies here, that is low. That is low. Because you know that if you said the things you were saying when he was alive, he would have cooked your ass if he really wanted that smoke with you. But as soon as someone dies, when people are mourning, hey, man, there should be thing with being a human, with being a man. So, all right, man, all bets are off. I didn't rock with him like that, but you got to let the family grieve here. Even my worst enemies, I ain't going to come out like that. Be like, hey, man, that's what it is, right? But he went and piled on. It tells you that he is taking on the disposition. He's taking on the anger. He's taking on the emotions of his majority crowd. What he claims his 60-40 percentage here, they were the ones that gave him the batteries in his back to say what he said because he had the ammo and he knew they were going to listen. It is low, guys. It is mad low. Said Gassy, he's a beta male. I mean, yeah, we already know that he's a beta male, but it's not just more than just beta. This is about being a man, right? It's about being a man. It's about being a man with decency here. And obviously, when Boyce sees a situation like this, he's just no different than any other nigga. right? The Tulsa, Oklahoma Fund, all those millions, and place blame on everybody else when I put on the white man. Kevin Samuels died. Oh, I'm keeping the same energy. At the end of the day, guys, Boyce may not realize it or not, but he's just like any other nigga.
Say anything about a person when they're alive and they can defend themselves. He got a platform. He can say whatever it is that you want to say. When somebody passes away and people are grieving and you piling on in the same way that a lot of these other women that didn't like him, and you say that you like him, but you validating how it is that that's lowbrow behavior. I will never talk negatively about a person that cannot defend themselves. Or if I don't care for somebody, I'm just gonna not say nothing at all. I'm not gonna talk negatively about somebody.
But it's okay. But it's okay to tell women who are gonna die alone that they're gonna die alone.
So that's okay. Call into your platform. Okay to build. You forgetting one thing, Boyce. You forgetting one thing. They called into his platform to get his advice. He did not ask them.
They did not call.
No, Boyce. See, he's trying to argue for women who asked for this here. And I saw so in the comment section, and you're right. Kevin had a script. You have to click the link. And then he has to bring you on the show. And one of the questions he asks is, have you watched my show before? And do you know what's going on? He gives them the opportunity, but it's the women's hubris that always want to try to think they can best Kevin every single time. I'm going to click this link and I'm going to give him a piece of my mind, not knowing that he's ready for all y'all here. See, he keeps saying, why you keep telling these women to die alone? They clicked the link and they wanted it. It's not him volunteering it. He's making videos and no one listening. And these women called in and they wanted his advice. And then they provided their background. And he basically said, look at the numbers here. You have a higher chance of dying alone than getting somebody. But boys can't get over the fact of telling somebody they're going to die alone. But the numbers prove that. Just the pure numbers, guys. I'm going to get back to the video here. I want you to guys, and I said it a million times before, but in 2013, there was 1.8 million more black women than black men of marrying age. So we're talking about in whatever state, talking about legal age, 17 or 18, until they're not on life support, and they can legally sign their papers on a wedding, on a marriage certificate, right? In 2022, that number went up to 2.1 million more. 2.1 million. So over 800,000 was added. There's literally 2.1 million more black women than black men of marrying age. You don't believe me? You can look at your Census Bureau. You can look at the CDC. You can look at blackdemographics.com, statistics for black people by black people. And then if you don't believe that then do me a favor. Try to find some statistics that you want to look it up here, but we're giving you these options. And the fact that there is more women than men in the country, the statistics show that women are going to die alone because the numbers doesn't equal. If we got every single man that is single that could be married, there's still 2 million y'all that will not get a man unless you get a roommate and you get a woman. And even if you get with a woman, you're still going to be single because it's not 2.1 million more of going to the opposite side. So let's get back to the video here, but he doesn't like the fact that someone said you're going to die alone, when in actuality, it's been happening every single day. As we speak, there is more women and they're dying alone. You just don't like the fact that telling somebody you're going to die alone. This is now when you're getting extra emotional because you don't like that coffee and that tea.
I called in to get abuse. They did not call in.
No. Every single and you're not giving them credit for all
Wait, did you hear that? I'm gonna get back. He said they didn't call in to get abuse. Well, know what though? You call into my channel, and if I ask you, do you know what my channel's about? That's on you now. If you want to come to me and then you can't something I'm giving you, you're gonna get this work. But you volunteered. This is the part when we talk on the thumbnail about accountability. If you click the link, then you have to be responsible for what happens. Because I already know what I got going on here. You can't just say, oh, I clicked the link and you got mad at me. The show's been on for years. You know the situation.
And he actually helped because he had statistics and he had facts. He had people that he was actually getting to the finish line. And see, we don't talk about that part. And you still moving the goalpost. The fact of the matter is, it does not matter what happened when somebody was alive. Us as people with a platform, we should not be talking about people fresh on their death in a negative way, and then at the same time you sitting here talking about, well, I liked him. You can't have both. Either you was rocking with him and you liked him, or you didn't. But if it was somebody,
I don't. But that's.
I will never do that. I will never do that.
But let me correct you. I don't do that with anyone. There's nobody that I think is perfect. I'm not a follower. I don't rock with somebody 100% or hate them 100%. I talk about the nuances. And I think with Kevin, what I always said about Kevin was the exact same thing I said before he died and after he died. I was consistent. I might be an asshole, but at least I'm a consistent asshole. As I said, he's a brilliant guy. He did great work, but he realized his channel took off when he told that lady she was going to die alone. And right before he died, he said some shit about, like, when you over 35, you're a leftover. Nobody wants you. Who the fuck thinks that shit? That's bullshit.
See, look, I paused it perfectly here. You see his face? See, this is again, guys. If anybody from Boyce's team, he needs to do more homework. He don't know his information. He obviously did not watch that live stream. I remember watching that live stream. 35-year-old leftover women was a term used in Asia. This is part of the Chinese community in China and other Asian cultures. Where that there's a documentary that talks about this, and Kevin was bringing the light in other cultures. If you are single or if you make these wrong choices and you're past 35 years old in these other cultures, not the black community, you are considered a leftover woman. This ain't something that Kevin made up. This is not a Kevin Samuels term. This is something outside the black community, but it applies to every single culture when you're over 35 years old. You see how you get in how can you say that? Well, how about this here, boys? You got a problem with the Chinese culture. How is someone who knows so much about economics and study worldviews hasn't even looked at this one simple notion or even done the bare research to showcase how one other culture looks at women in their mid-30s? 35, when it talks about leftover women, coincides with geriatric pregnancy. But he didn't do that homework. He just takes that little sound bite and then he uses that with the women behind him to get the battery back. Like, who the hell says this here? Well, how about this here, boys? Talk to other cultures. This is not new, but you can't understand that.
Go back and forth.
Women in our community.
I'm not here to defend Kevin.
Do you believe that? You believe a woman is worthless if they're over 35?
We can get into that. I'm not here to defend Kev because Kev's legacy speaks for itself, in my personal opinion. He said what he said. People can agree with it or disagree with it. I used to have conversations on the phone with him all the time, where I would personally disagree with him on some things also. But I will never let that come out into the public because that's not what friends do. If I was holding Kev accountable or if he was holding me accountable, then we held each other accountable privately because we truly rock with each other. So I'm not here to defend Kev because Kev can, his work speaks for itself. I'm saying that that's lowbrow behavior to speak on somebody. That would be almost like somebody bringing up Kobe's issues as far as what he dealt with when he was dealing with the whole rape charges upon the crashing and when he passed away. That wasn't the time for it, Boyce. That's when you pass.
I want to pause here, and that a few journalists did that. I remember it was one white journalist who brought up the Colorado situation, and everybody piled on her. It was not the time. All right. Kobe's situation happened over 20 years ago. Now the man died in a horrific crash with other people here. And then you want to bring up something from 2004. It is low energy. It is low. It is sick. It is maddening. And it showcases the situation that certain people are just to get their point across when they know they couldn't beat a man or a woman when they were alive here. And there is nothing that Boyce can say to get them out of it here. It was low. I don't care who you are. If someone dies like that here and they can't defend themselves and then you pile on it, like Kev on stage did the same thing too as well. It is low energy. That person can't defend themselves and he can't get out of that. He's going to try to justify saying, I'm an asshole. It doesn't matter if you're an asshole. It's still wrong. Plain and simple. It's still wrong.
Pass away, people are grieving. They are grieving. They trying to remember the best of whatever it is that they have left of the person because it was an unexpected death. That's not right. It's just not right.
Let's be clear. I don't think I talked about Kevin until the time had passed. I didn't talk. It wasn't like I did a video right when he died and said breaking news. Kevin Samuels died, and this is why I'm.
I didn't mean that. I didn't do it right away. Abba. You see that? He can't get out of it. I didn't do it right away. I didn't do it as soon as he died. He died on May 5th. I didn't do it on May 6th. You know, Hey, man, you wrong. And that's how people react when they wrong. I
wasn't happy about it. I wasn't, but I did use it as I was thinking about the people I care about, which is mostly young black men and young women. And I said, and I wanted men to understand that men die alone too. Men who don't invest in family, they die alone just like women do. And so with what happened with Kevin, I hate it. It was me being overly logical. He was a logical guy. I think he could understand
overly
this.
Logical.
The reality is that we need to stop acting like it's only women that can die alone for making bad relationship choices. Men, we do have a privilege. Black men, we have a huge privilege because statistics show that the percentage of marriage eligible black men to black women is highly disproportionate because of mass incarceration and all that. So men like you or men like me.
Actually, he's off about that here. I've been talking about this here. In 2022 was the first year we had more black men enrolled in college than we actually had in the prison system. Now, do we have too many of our black brothers in jail for no reason? Some of them, they did the shit. Yeah, we do have that issue, but for the first time, which means that that's the first time since 2004 or 2003. I might be off by a year or so, but this information tells us that even though we have a lot of brothers in the system, we have a lot more as years gone on that is seeing the way and that is doing the work. 54% of black men are single and childless. That's a fact. 54% of black men are single and childless here, but he wants to focus on the pookies
that are at a certain age, they have money or whatever. You got the pick of the litter. Women are everywhere. There was over a supply of women. It was too much, right? But that's why I wanted to get married. I didn't want all that no more. So the thing about it is, a lot of women that are gonna die alone, whatever we want to call it, it's not because they were hoes or they all made bad choices. It's because there's an imbalance. And I think that you got to talk about that, man. You can't just talk.
We can debate that, but I just wanted to make sure that I addressed that I didn't think that was right. I mean, we could debate anything, or not even debate. I don't even want to say debate, because debate is, you taking a position and I'm taking a position. I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong, and I'm open to hearing you. And after this conversation, I'm also going to take into consideration everything that you say, because I do think that you're intelligent, and I do think that you make some interesting and good points, right? But we can have a conversation about anything. I just don't agree with the way that you addressed it. I thought that it was, I think that you're better than it.
Okay. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. And the feeling's mutual. And I
see Anton's choice of words here too. He let him off the hook because he realized that Boyce was keep doubling down and doubling down. So then this is how you kill someone with kindness. I know you're better than that. That Anton knew how he was going to approach this when he came online. Boyce should have known coming on here to change his energy for the position because, you own the platform. This is an away game for Anton. And Anton's treating this like a home game right now, right? So he knew he was going to keep doubling down. He knew he wasn't going to be accountable for that lowbrow energy. So what do you say here? Hey, man, I know you're better than that. That's how you kill him with kindness here, because you can't refute that. He was wrong for it. No matter who you are here, and it's like, hey, man, you're supposed to be someone here in the community that's supposed to be respected. You're better than that.
And I want us to, I'm glad we're connected. I want to say that because I do believe in conflict resolution, and I appreciate the fact you came in. So I got that clip. I'm gonna play your clip, and then I want you to give your perspective on what you were saying, and then I'll give you my take. So I think I got the right clip here.
Hold on, before we get to this clip here. We got to remember, we got to set this up here, guys, because I watched this earlier. He is trying to make the point that what Anton talks about in his content, that he bashes women and that there's things that can be said differently. Now, when we play the video here, let's look for the women bashing. Let's look for the hate content. All right? Let's continue.
I don't even want to be in the presence of a woman that's tainted. You don't have a chance because he already had you. Listen, if it's that easy for me to get it, I don't feel that special because he hit it and Dreadhead hit it and Umar hit it. Boyce didn't hit it. He didn't have a chance. We ain't worried about Boyce. And the favorite football player hit it and the basketball player hit it and the homie from the hood hit it and they ran a train on you before that. And then you had a kid by him and you had a kid by him and you had a kid by him. And then for some reason you think you're supposed to be sitting in the presence of kings. Since when did that happen? How is it that we started qualifying ourselves for people that we don't even qualify to sit in front of? And then they want you to be a step crash dummy. I just got a quick question, ladies. What qualifies you for a good man? Gentlemen, for those of you that have held yourself to a higher standard, have gone through the fire, has become the best version of yourself, and continue to evolve based off of what your next preference is, your next purpose is, your growth curve, because your purpose is ever evolving depending on where you at in your life. I tell you all the time, vet for the direction that you're going in, so the woman that you wind up being with is not the woman that you've met. Anton, how do you vet for the direction that you're going in? Think about it. Overwhelmingly, guys, the value of a man continues to rise as he gets older. Value of a woman diminishes as she gets older. That's why they call it the wall, because she hit a certain point in her life to where if she can't climb, she bound to drizzle out the Snoop.
Okay, before we hear Boyce here, I set that up here. Now you heard that clip, and we're gonna hear what Boyce is trying to use his argument of debate here. Was anybody in the chat here? I want you to put it in here if you see it. What was in there that was hate speech? What was in there that Anton was putting down women? What is showcasing that we as men here, from his perspective, that Anton is the quote unquote leader, he has, a following, is using the wrong tone here when we're talking about here. Let's hear what Boyce going to say, but I want to know, did you catch any of hate speech or women bashing? Let me know in the chat, guys. Let's hear what we're going to say next.
That's correct. So what part of that is woman bashing?
That a woman's value diminishes as she gets older. I think that
wait. That's bashing? Did y'all hear that? He was stumbling. A woman's value diminishes when she gets older. That's true. Look at Hollywood. Young hot girls come in, the young hot actresses, and the old ones get casted out. The older you get, your value. That's why women lie about their ages. They play roles as not them. Hell, Gabrielle Union was 27 years old playing a goddamn teenager. She was like in her mid-20s when she was in Bring It On. You know what I'm saying? Women know that their values diminish in the workplace, in Hollywood, in all aspects of life here. So let's hear some more here, but that's not bashing. That's a fact. Everybody wants the hot, younger, new model every day. Let's hear what he's going to say.
That I think that there is a better way to lay that out. Now, one thing I will say, I'm going to start with where I agree.
So that you hear that, guys? He can't formulate the argument. He doesn't like the way it was presented. Once again, the tone police. The tone police. Now he's about to say, here's why I agree with you here. See, this is part of his tactic because it's not hate speech. It's not bashing, but this is how people, when they know they can't win an argument or they know they're against a wall, they're going to try to fluffle up a little bit. They're going to get some spin action going right now to forget you what the main point is. Oh, man. Let's go.
I agree.
Mike's up in the building.
Because these debates are hard for me, honestly, because I listen to a lot of the stuff you say and I listen to a lot of stuff Kevin said, and I completely got it. I do. And my wife doesn't get it the way I get it. And I've encouraged her. I've said, you should probably listen to some of these guys because they are reflecting something that a lot of men feel. And I think that should be heard. I think that the way I would challenge you on that a little bit is to say, is there a way you can make your point without it coming out as what you are against? You did talk.
Wait. Did you hear that? Can you make your point without making it sound like you come against it? Wait. Try. Any new ones here? Lights up in the building. Did y'all catch that? Did you guys catch that? This is not just some guy on YouTube that's talking ish right now. Look, let me rewind back that 5 or 10 seconds. Let me rewind back that 5 or 10 seconds. I'm not losing my mind. I'm not talking crazy. I'm not hate bashing. This is the words that's coming out of his mouth right now. Hold on.
Way I would challenge you on that a little bit is to say, is there a way you can make your point without it coming out as what you are against? You did talk about
is there a way that you can make your point without stating that you're going against it? So So you want me to go ahead and put rainbows and butterflies and stars on it and make it seem I'm not against you, I'm with you. You want me to soften the blow. You want me to say certain things. That sounds nice. That feels good. That is the tone police. You are saying you got a problem with the delivery, but is what he's saying is wrong. Man, y'all can't make this up, guys. I'm not saying this. It's out of his own mouth here. When Dr. Boyce Watkins, when people call you a punk and a simp, it's comments like this because when you make these kind of statements, it showcases that you got no backbone to state the obvious truth without worrying about somebody's feelings coming back here and getting hurt here. Because sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes you need that pill to go down. You can't soften the blow every single goddamn time. But yo, this is what he wants. He wants it to be all cherries and moons and stars and things of that nature. Let's continue, y'all.
About what you were for. You talked about men, you know, the best version of yourself and everything else. And the problem with people on the internet is that a guy who's listening to you, there's nothing in that video that makes him say, well, maybe I need to step my game up. Where am I lacking? Where have I made a mistake? Where have I, remember, we're men, we're the leaders of the community. The community's falling apart. A lot of it's falling on us. Where am I not doing what I'm supposed to do, right?
I got to pause. You see that? Because she's doing wrong. These women are out here being banned in the streets. Instead of addressing that in the tone to make it seem like we're upset with that, you want to come back and say, what about these guys here? What are they not doing? Why are you not speaking on men and how they can do better when Anton literally said that in the beginning of his speaking points here, that he holds men accountable harder than he does the women. And I say the same thing too. I've lost subscribers and people hit me up behind the scenes and they got mad at me. I had done a live stream and had people camming out saying, Dave, why are you so literal? I don't know you that well. So I'm going to take the words that come out of your mouth as literal then. You see? So this is him trying to go ahead and move the goalposts and put the blame on men. We were talking about women, but when we talk about women, the redirection, the deflection says, how can men be better now? How does women get better if we take the focus off of them and always look at the man and spotlight them? Because women can always say, well, I don't got to do nothing until the men get their shit together. But what happens when the men got their shit together and then here we are grasping straws to trying to say, hey, what are you doing now? 54% of black men are single and childless here. There is more single black men, of course. There's actually more baby mamas than there is single black men. Make that make sense.
And then the other part is that I think that really just sort of saying things like, look, as a man, my value goes up as I get older. As a woman, your value goes down. I know a lot of guys whose value does not go up, because of the bad choices that they're making. They got the babies, mamas, the diseases, the bad credit, they haven't got their money up, education levels flat dead, not taking care of their kids, not a good leader of the household. So this is, I think that's
let me get that here. Likes up in the building, guys. I do talk about those men. How many times you always hear me say Pookie, Ray, Dusty Darrell, Tyrone, and the Chaz of the world? Y'all hear me say that all the damn time. I talk about Pookie and Ray. I talk about Dusty Darrell and how they're moving ways. But here's the problem, Dr. Boyce Watkins, or Boyce Watkins, everybody like to call him here, why you're not being respected right now in these spaces. It's because you're trying to talk about the 10 to 18% of the men in our community here. We're talking about the lowest form of the lowest form. And this is a woman's talking point to a feminist talking point here, where you want to focus the spotlight on the minority of the population, but seem like they got the biggest megaphone, but they are not the representation of the community here. The fact that 80% of the women go after these guys, whether they're the rich men or actually the pookies who are rich pookies, whatever the case may be. But we're talking about the 10 to 18% of our community. And this is what guys like him do. You want to focus on the ones who are doing bad, but that's a small percentage. But that's who you focus on because that's the stereotypes. That's the one that lives in Hollywood. That's the joint we see in TV shows. That's the crap that we see in the movies. All right. That when they push that stereotype to make it seem like when we talk about 54% of black men are single and childless, it try to make it seem like the Pookies and Rays are the 54%, which is completely motherfucking false.
that's a false idea. And then also, I think that as men, it's not really our right to tell a woman what her value actually is. There are some women who have enough juice where they could sleep with several men and do whatever they're going to do and still bag a good man because she looks good or because she knows how to treat a man or whatever.
Y'all hear this?
I think,
Wait. Now his argument's falling apart here because an older woman can sleep with a man, several men, and then bag. So we're not talking about women that can sleep. See, this is the part that he misunderstands here. In these circles, we don't say that women can't sleep with a man. Any woman can get dick from a man. What we're talking about is, can a woman can keep that man and lock him down so that they can get married and build a nuclear family? That's why we got this free love right now, because women get having sex on the regular. And the more they're moving the way that he's saying, and you're seeing that she's an older age here, is the reason why she ain't locked that man. And then once she gets to a certain age, most men, the money that she's looking for, ain't checking for her because we know we can smash that, but we're not investing into that. That is something that you can't understand for some reason. We're not talking about women who can sleep with they want to sleep with. We're talking about the women who are actually making good decisions to lock down the good guy or the man that's quality so they can get out the streets.
I think
You just literally just said
the hard, fast rules I don't like. That's what I don't like. Like the idea that if you're over 35, you're worthless. That's not. I know women that are 42 that could compete with a 20.
He's still stuck on that. We're not saying it's worthless. You see how you can take a term like leftover women and then make it to a complete argument saying that all women 35 and up are worthless. We're not saying that. But what we're saying is that once you're 35 and you're single, you know, there's a certain parameter that goes involved that you do not have the same value that when you were 25 years old. That's a fact. If you've been making bad decisions with your relationships and then you catch yourself at 35 plus years old, we're not saying that you're worthless. It is a mere fact that your same counterpoint at 30 years old has more value than you. The woman that's 28 years old has more value to you. The woman that's 25 has more value to you. Hollywood showcased that, and the marriage rate showcased that.
A 28-year-old. So why don't we talk about as opposed to trying to make these rules?
You don't know no 42-year-old that can compete with a 28-year-old. Come on, stop.
Bro, let me tell you the truth. I'm an honest reflection here. When I was 45, that was when I got married. I had just ended a relationship with a woman that was younger than me, much younger. And I made a conscious decision. I told my friend, I said, I really don't want to date younger women anymore because I want to date a grown-up. And at that time, I met women that were all 37, 38 and over because I specifically said, I do not want to date a woman under 35 because I want a woman I can relate to. I'm a cerebral man. I'm not a stupid guy. I don't think with my dick. I think with my brain. And I wanted somebody that actually had something in common with me, somebody who understood how to care about something other than herself, somebody who wasn't thinking like a child. And Black women are gorgeous. There are women that can hit 38, 40. Now you're not 40 yet. You'll know it. Like I think when you get like 40,
I'm 41.
You're 41. Okay. So I thought you were 38. Okay, so you're 41. As you get
say you can't make that point now. You gonna say, well, you're older. He said, nah, I'm 44 years old, Boyce Watkins. Here's the thing here. If you have a preference about how you want to talk to certain women, of course, you know, you probably want someone with a little bit more experience. You want some dynamics here, but you are not everybody's built to be a 28-year-old. And not every single young woman is stupid. You're making the argument that because she's young, she's stupid. Maybe the women you're encountering is not an equally yoked with you. Because just like we talk about women choosing bad, men make bad choices in picking women. We see it all the time when men make bad decisions. But just because that you couldn't find a younger woman who was on, you know, what you were looking for, doesn't mean that they're young, stupid, and ignorant and dumb as fuck.
Older, you start to just really see what Black women can do. Now, it doesn't apply to all women, but there are some women out here that look really good that I would literally, legitimately, that might be 41 that I would pick over a dumbass 29-year-old.
Do you hear that here? That's just the argument. Now we're at it now, guys. Now we're at it. This is the argument that older single mothers use against other women. I always say to women I see in the streets, things of that nature, I say, older women ain't your best friend. Oh no, single baby mamas that's older than you ain't your best friend, because misery loves company. So you're going to call a 28-year-old automatically stupid because she's younger. Now, there's a difference between stupid and ignorance. She may not have the worldview that you may have because she's younger. Does that make her stupid? See, that's what older women do, guys. When they see a younger woman, because they can't compete when they're younger, they're tighter, they look better, they got a better body, they got less wear and tear. The mental aspect of not, even though women having more sex than before, naturally a woman who's 42 years old is going to have more bodies than a 28-year-old. That's just a fact here, right? If we're going to compare everything equally, she's got more bodies than the 28-year-old. But what do? We see the younger woman and say, she's stupid. See, that's an older woman tactic there. Because are all 28-year-olds stupid? They may be ignorant. They may not have as much worldviews, but are they really stupid, guys? Hey, man. Hey, see, just because the woman you dated was younger, may have been some ghetto-fied hood rat in the South Side Chicago, Boyce Watkins, doesn't mean that every 28-year-old black woman is dumb as hell.
Yourself, you're saying a woman that looks really good. See, when I teach guys what to vet for, I'm not focused on the silly shit like women that look really good. I'm teaching guys to vet for whether or not she has great character, whether or not she's a good mother, right? Or whether or not she would be a good mother. I'm teaching guys to be equally yoked with women that understand spirituality, right? Women that will pray for you when you go out. And a lot of times, one of the ways in which we qualify people, even in the job market, you look at their resume, right? And so if every other sector and in everything that we do in life, we qualify people based off of their past decisions, then why in relationships is that the only sector because we feel a certain type of way, or she looks good? Because let's be clear. Listen, anybody can go and get some surgery. Anybody can go and get a BBL. Like, that don't mean nothing. The surface level stuff don't mean anything to people supposed to be people like me and you that have substance, that's trying to build, that understand the importance of creating a legacy, that leaves a blueprint for other people that come behind us as to what it is that you should vet for. I'm not focused on the surface level stuff. I'm focused on things that actually build communities and add value. So it's not about looks. It's not about that for me, Boyce. And when I teach these guys, I'm telling them, vet for the direction that you're going in, not for what your current circumstances are. And that's why it's important, because when you see the narrative that's resonating amongst all of these other women channels, they're saying don't date guys based off of potential. When you 22, 23, 24 years old, you ain't got nothing but potential. You broke. You trying to figure it out. You're trying to grow. You're trying to get yourself together. You in school. You probably just got a job. You're in an internship or whatever. And so if they telling you don't date based off of potential, then all I can do is give guys insight on how it is that they can vet for women that actually look to go in the direction that they're going in, who are equally yoked, right? So when I say that a woman that is 42 can't compete with a woman that's 28, often at times I'm saying that you have a better idea of what her past decisions were to more effectively evaluate whether or not she's a good woman. I don't go based off of the surface. I don't go based off of optics. I go based off of reality. Based off.
Okay,
so Anton's spitting facts here, and I want to add on to that too when you're talking about the looks, because that's what Boyce Watkins trying to talk about, these looks, and that's true. Like, we've seen things where you see a lot of older women who are looking good in their age. They're aging like fine wine, right? But here's the thing: cute women are a dime a dozen today, guys. There is so many cute women, attractive women, and then you got beautiful, and then I go to the category of gorgeous. But attractive women, they're a dime a dozen. Yo, just go in the hood right now. You may see some round-the-way chick, but I'm guarantee you clean her up and take her out of that hood gear and put in some regular clothes, you're like, God damn, she bad, right? There is so many attractive women. Women's attraction and beauty is a dime a dozen, right? So when Anton's talking about here, we're not talking about looking at the surface level, because you can find yourself a cute woman. The difference is that cute woman a banshee? Is that woman who looks good, is she gonna be hell on earth, raising wheels on you? right? Because I guarantee you right now, just me moving out, I said, damn, she cute. Damn, she's fine. Oh man, she a looker. I mean, she not my type, but she got a little something to her. It's a dime a dozen on beauty right now. The issue is, what do these women bring as far as their value and their mental state here? Because anybody can go and say, oh, look at that ass. Or like what Anton said here, women are getting these surgeries, getting BBLs and augmenting themselves here, where they're even elevating themselves to make them think, I'm a bad bitch now. Beauty's a dime a dozen. What's up here is what we're talking about. And Boyce keeps saying, well, I know a 42-year-old who looks good. It's like, yeah, we're not talking about looks. That 42-year-old got more bodies than that 28-year-old. That 42-year-old has a lot more scars than her than that 28-year-old. That 42-year-old woman, and it's no disrespect to the older women, guys, but we're using the argument that he is dogging out younger women, when in actuality, then you're just trying to cape up single mothers who've made mistakes, and you're putting that cape on saying that they need love too. But what Anton is saying is they need to be held accountable for their actions, let alone probably go back to their baby daddy, because a single black man should not be rescuing her. She should be going back to her man, her baby daddy, her ex-husband, unless it's something heinous and violent where her life is on the line. If that's not the case here, let the single black man find a single black woman, and that they create their own family. They create their own lineage. They create their own bonds, not taking another man's resources and to helping another man raise another man's child. She needs to clean up her mess. And that's what we're talking about here.
Okay, so let me ask you.
And so similarly, when we reference back into that clip, if she slept with every single other guy and she had a whole bunch of kids by a bunch of other people, but then she still find herself not in a relationship, not married, not moving the way that she's supposed to move. So you telling me that as a man, if I'm single, no children, taking care of business, top of the totem pole, I know that statistically my earning potential is not even going to hit its apex until its late 50s, early 60s. And I'm supposed to pick her?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm actually saying pick who the hell you want. Just pick who you want. Here's where we agree. I
don't agree here. See, that's a problem, right? I'm glad, Anton. No, don't pick what you want. That's the problem. You see, that's the issue. I want you guys to hear this here. And this is the problem that women do, of course, when there's no man, there's no daddy in the house. We know the government stepped in and separate the black family. It's not pick what you want. It's what you need. What we want is not what we need. I love me some sweets. Don't mean I eat sweets every goddamn day. I don't eat candy every day. You eat candy every day because that's what I want. I'm going to have some issues later on. Diabetes, all kind of health issues, things of that nature. Don't pick what you want. You pick what you need. Because what you want is not always going to be in the best interest of yourself. If we all pick what we wanted here, we all be driving sports cars, driving nice whips and things of that nature, buying more house than we can afford, going out. If we wanted to, we'll eat out every single day because that's what we want. What do we need is to go grocery shopping and to save some money and cooking at home. The difference between want and need. And Boyce Watkins is speaking like a woman saying that I want this, but what you want does not always serve to the better interest to you at the end of the day, long-term, or how you're viewing these short-term or long-term decisions. You got a grown-ass man saying, get what you want. Do you say that when you're making financial decisions? Get what you want or get what you need?
You talked about a woman where everybody done hit it. Umar hit it. No, that they ran the train on her. I'm not picking that woman either. That's
you
not.
Don't know. No, how do you know?
Here's the thing. I don't need to announce that. I just will pick a quality woman. I picked what I wanted.
What's a quality woman?
To me, a quality woman was a woman that fit my life. Like you said, all those things.
He can't answer the question. What fit my life? What you wanted and what you need, boys. You are a grown man saying what you wanted. When we're making serious life decisions like this here, getting married, buying a house, making certain investment properties, where jobs you're working at, starting a business here. Is it what you want or what you need?
No,
but listen,
what's
though,
the
you
characteristics
said
of a quality woman?
you were talking about the non-10. You were talking about the things that didn't have to do with what she looked like, right? The spirituality, what kind of mother should be. All well, then what? Then where did that comment come from about a woman's value diminishing with age? What does it seems to me that if she's older, she'd have more of the spirituality and be just a better person, be more intellectual, be able to.
Here comes the extra simping. This is this is his conscience speaking here. I gotta cape up for all the women here. I gotta say this. I gotta put my cape on. This is Boyce conscience.
To connect with. So
Well,
why
let's have a conversation.
Why would you pick a young thought, a 27-year-old who still doesn't even know who she is, as opposed to say a 39-year-old who maybe is more evolved in that way? I'm not telling you what.
Do you see that? This is an older woman tactic. A 27-year-old who don't know herself compared to a 39-year-old. Well, let me ask this here, right? Is every single 27-year-old stupid? I mean, if we're going to say that here, then we need to have another conversation with women. Is Boyce Watkins really? Who's the one bashing women right now? Hey, guys, I just caught myself with that one here. Who's the one bashing women right now? Anton or Boyce? Hey, guys, we're going to finish the rest of this video here. But in this scenario, when we're comparing about later 20-year-old women, he's trying to compare to older women, who is the one that's actually bashing women right now? He is basically saying that if you're 27, 28 years old in your late 20s, you are dumb, ladies. You are stupid. You can't hold a torch to a 39-year-old. No, and then here's the thing here. Yes, a 12-year difference means you have more life experiences, but he's saying any woman of this age group here is dumb compared to an older woman. And basically, he's using that as a general census here. That's his argument. So who is the one that is woman bashing right now? Whether he doesn't realize that he's splitting hairs on his bashing.
How did she discover who she is? Did she discover who she was by sleeping with a bunch of guys, having a bunch of relationships? Because you can't unsee what you saw.
Fact.
You can't unsee. Think about it. If a woman is 40 and I'm looking to have children, you have a better chance of doing it with a 28-year-old than you do with a 40-year-old.
Now that is true. That is true. That is true, right? Because
there we go here. And that is the main point that we talk about here, right? Because we talk about the men who do want families, and that is part of the value. Right? If a man says that I want to have 5 kids, that can't happen for a 39-year-old. That's the value what we're talking about here. That's part of the transactional process. Everything's a transaction relationships. But if you're a man that says, I want 4 kids, well, you can't pick a 38-year-old because she may give you 1. And that's what you got to deal with here. And you're going to be mad at the fact that she only gave you 1. And there's going to be problems saying, I want to have a big family. Well, you know what, though? You got what you didn't get what you needed. You got what you wanted. You got this woman, but what you needed was a younger woman who was fertile and didn't have as many bites so she can go ahead and push out them babies for you. You see, I know that's one example, but that's one example of the value we're talking about here. And when men are making these choices to get married, a lot of times comes with kids in a family. Now, if he only wants to have 1 kid, yeah, your woman maybe give you that 1, but you're still taking a chance. But if you want 3, 4, 5 kids, you can't get no 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 years old. Matter of fact, when you get that certain age, a lot of women start their process early nowadays. Hey, guys. When women go through that metamorphosis change, it's been because of all the toxins, all the biological things that's happening to women, all the pills that we're taking here. We're seeing an uptick of women who are starting menopause even at an earlier age.
Because that was my real life dilemma. I was like, do I really want to have more kids or do I not? I married a woman specifically with children, not just because she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
Stop it, Rome.
She was one of my best friends. And her kids are great kids, well behaved.
You wildin',
but also because they were already at a certain age where I wouldn't have to change no diapers. I didn't want to have a newborn and change diapers at 45, 46 years old. It was like, no, I'll take the 7 or 8-year-old and mentor that child. And that was fulfilling for me. And so my point is to say,
y'all hear that? I get you don't want no kids, but that means you're gonna take your resources and raise another 7 or 8-year-old. Do you know how hard it is to raise a young kid these days? Like, I can understand that there's a minority of men who don't want kids and they do want to get married. I don't think that makes no goddamn sense. You know, I mean, there's certain advantages, I guess, but if you over here getting married with no kids, I just think, you know, I'm not going to get into that debate right now, but you're going to take your resource and pour that into another man's child when the other man's not stepping up, and then wait till high school graduation when the fact that he's going to shout Papa and he ain't going to shout you out. Or if it's the girl, when it comes to the wedding, she's going to want her real daddy to give her away while you pay for the goddamn wedding. Yeah, those kind of stepdaddies you put your resource in while the other man benefits. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
To say, here's the thing. When I made that decision, Anton, I wasn't telling other men this is what y'all need to do. I was saying this is what the fuck I want to do. And I think
that's not what you say, Boyce. Because listen, Boyce, unfortunately for you and for me, everything we do is up for debate, because it's not just what we say. Our life decisions are also communicated to people. And I think that the things that you do is 90% of the conversation. 10% of it is what we say. The 10% is just the cherry on top. That's just us highlighting and then using ourselves as an example in order to illustrate what you should do. So your life decisions, unfortunately, and me, unfortunately, is up for debate. We don't get to control that. We are public figures. And now the things that we do and then the way that we communicate to people actually is communicating to them how it is that they should be moving and how they should make their life decisions, because they look up to us based off of our results. And so you don't just say, well, I did it, and that's just the conversation, because that ain't even what you do. You also say, hey, these guys should be going out here and getting with these women that may have kids because we need to save the community, and these are the heroes of our community. That's what you also communicating, not only in your actions, but also you say it out of your mouth.
Well, you know what? I share my perspective, right? I don't think that anybody who is a free-thinking man should just be on another man's jockstrap to the point where you're doing everything that he does.
Don't do that.
You don't. Seriously, when we talk about voting, people always, every time I say something to critical of the Democrats, people think I'm telling people to be a Republican. And the first thing I say is, I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm telling you because I don't know your life. I don't know what your preferences are. It's like I can't tell you what kind of woman you should want. If you should want a tall, short, fat, thin, whatever. I'm saying that there is somebody out there for everybody, and pick what works for you.
It's not somebody.
No, there's not. I said this earlier. See, as someone who works in financials and understand numbers, there's not somebody for everybody. I've already went over that earlier. I won't repeat it again, but the numbers show, okay, there's more women than men in this country. And we want to go and we're talking about the Black diaspora in our community here. That's the numbers here. There is not somebody for everybody. And when we come to understand that, people got to know they're going to put their best foot forward so they can get the best opportunities so that they're not the one of the 2.1 million left out here. There is not somebody for everybody.
For everybody. You see, that's why I think that you're wrong, because it's not somebody for everybody. We know that to be a fact. Everybody is not going to win. Everybody not going to get married. Everybody can't go on. We know that this is the truth. And so for example, I have conversations with women because I think that they're delusional to all be going for the same type of guy. More importantly, I think that they're delusional to believe that they all deserve a great man, because their definition of great is not realistic for what we actually need in our communities. Most of us are regular, everyday people. That's just the reality.
Okay.
Before Anton kicks in, I'm glad he said that here. When he's making a point that when women's, about the delusion and saying that they deserve a good man. Well, how do we know that she actually deserves it? Where is the deserve police looking at these women saying, like, if she's actually a good person? Like, does every single woman who makes a mistake gets a take two and they should get a man who's done everything right and clean up your mess? Like, every single woman doesn't actually deserve the best. This is just human nature. This is the dynamics of the human race here. There's a whole bunch of, when we talk about men, we know that there's a whole bunch of bad men here. We look at the crime rates and you see this guy do this and this guy do this here, and you guys want to point that out. But we never point out how many bad women we have in society, how many women are banshees, how many women are just straight up dickheads at times too, or they don't know how to act when it comes to a man. As much as we want to say there's a lot of good women out here, there's a whole bunch of hellraisers here that actually don't deserve nothing at all until they get their act together. Like, we're trying to say that every single woman deserves a good man no matter their background. That makes no sense. You're trying to tell me that there's horrible women out here who are making bad decisions should get a man to come in and be the knight in shining armor? Where is the women in their accountability and acting like grown-ass adults? Make that make sense for me. Everybody don't deserve happiness because the moves that you make and your lifestyle may dictate differently here. You might be a horrible person. You might treat people badly. You might be someone who talks to everybody with disrespect. You don't know how to bite your tongue. You don't even know how to respect the man. So you're trying to tell me the women out here like this too as well? And there's a large segment of that, unfortunately. I'm not saying all, there's a large segment. And the reason why I'm saying this here, we got to stop saying that there's somebody for everybody or all women deserve this chance here. As human beings, we all don't deserve anything. We get the work that we put in. I don't deserve nothing. You don't deserve nothing. We get the work that we put in.
Everyday people.
Well, let me ask you this though, but is it not delusional for us to decide what we think a woman deserves or what a woman can actually get?
Yes.
I've seen women who maybe they got a couple kids and they are a certain age, but because they got the secret sauce and they know how to treat a man or they know how to exercise their options appropriately, they never run out of men that are interested in getting with them. So I don't think that I would have the authority to go.
They don't run out of men.
Think about it though. Think about it.
They don't run out of men that's willing to sleep with them. It's a difference.
Right. Yeah.
So he's trying to make the point. See, what we talk about here is real relationships. We ain't just talking about the hookup culture. We ain't just talking about situationships, right? We're talking about real, tangible, nuclear relationships here. He keeps going back to seeing a woman who might be older and got 3 kids, and then she go ahead and having sex with this guy here. Yes, because of the dynamics of sometimes women get in the category of just recreational use only. Just because a woman can secure sex from a man doesn't mean that she's securing that man. I'm shocked that it's even coming out of your mouth here to understand this here. Just because you sleep with someone doesn't mean someone's taking you seriously here. And it could be these women you're talking about that could be attracted with 3 kids by 2 different men. Why is she not with her baby daddies? Let's ask that question here. Or why is she just sleeping around with these guys here and not able to lock down the good man? You see, you want to go to who they can sleep with. That is not securing their long-term future here, let alone it's probably making their future worse by just going around having casual sex because they can secure this guy for a few months.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. We agree on that. We agree on that. But I can't.
Sleeping around is not good, boys.
No, seriously. Out of men that are interested in getting with them, so I don't think that I would have the authority to go.
They don't run out of men.
Think about it though. Think about it.
They don't run out of men that's willing to sleep with them. It's a difference.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Right. We agree on that. We agree on that. But I can't.
You see that here? We agree on that. Anton said what I just said here about the men they can sleep with or nothing when they lock down. And here's like, I agree with you, but that was the point you were just making. You see the hypocrisy? He talks on both sides of his tongues, but he don't even on both sides of his cheeks, but he don't even understand the words what he's saying that's coming out of his mouth here. He's gonna say, yeah, I agree with you, but when you say that, then you're refuting your point. You don't even know what the hell you're saying. Did y'all catch that? I agree with you. Come on, man. Stop playing.
Sleeping around is not good, boys.
No, seriously. Like, imagine somebody telling a young black man that because you got a criminal record and a bad credit score, ain't no woman never gonna want to be with you. You don't know. I mean, this man might.
Oh, don't do that one. Don't do that one. You can't. He's trying to do an apples to apples comparison when it comes to men here. one of my guilty pleasures, and I talk about this regularly, guys, on Friday nights on Weed TV, I watch Love After Lockup, and depending on the year, or depending on the time of the year, is either Love After Lockup or Love During Lockup. You got a whole bunch of Pookies and Ray Rays and Dusty Darryls and Chaz, the White Mikes of the world, who are in jail, and they're pulling badass women. You can't make the same comparison about a man to a woman in this dynamic here, because we're talking about the Pookies and Ray Rays, once again, the women, the 80% of women that goes after the 10 to 18% of men here. These women are going after these Pookies. They're in jail, they're in lockup. And then when you see them initially, it's like, why is this nice woman who has a good career throwing her life and career away for this goddamn jailbird? You can't make that argument because it's not an apples to apples comparison. When it comes to male dynamics about the Pookies and Ray Rays, if that dude is 6'2", the woman is jumping all over that. I can train him. We could have some tall kids together, and I don't got to worry about him because he's in trouble and he's on parole, and one false move and I'll send his black ass back to jail. You don't know the logic these women are thinking here about securing these kind of Pookies and Ray Rays, and they are in hot demand. It's the reason why they got a TV show for it. Love During Lockup and Love After Lockup. You can't make an apples to apples comparison when it comes to men and women. We are not the same. Oh Lord.
It might be 6'5" and handsome as hell. He'll never have a shortage of women, right? So the point is to say that you can't look at a person and make your determination that they're delusional. It's like if somebody says, I want to get a job and I want to work 10 hours a week, I want to make $500,000 a year. It's not my right to say that's delusional. I would say,
hell yeah, I'm gonna tell you fucking delusional. You hear him? Here's the thing, boys. If you're in my circle, whether I talk to you on a regular basis, text, whatever communication is, and if you tell me some dumbass dick-nanigans, it is my right, because I'm not going to sit here and allow you to talk to me about some bullshit. And if that's what you want to do, you need to find someone to talk to, because I'm not here for it. If someone's arguably going to say they're going to do some dumbass shit, and then he's like, who am I to say something? I am going to say something. That's what friends do. Hey, dog, you're going the wrong way. Hey, man, that ain't going to work, man. It ain't going to work, man. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Say yes, it is. That's the problem here. You want to be hands off, saying, who am I to say something? Man, you need to say something once at least. And then something hits the fan, like, yo, man, I talked to dude a while back about that. Yeah, man, I told him that ain't gonna work for him. But hey, man, people gonna do what they're gonna do. I wasn't gonna sit there and be quiet about it. You know what I mean? Shoot, I'll let you know my piece, not keep it moving here. But if you keep going down these dick-nanigans, I'm removing myself from the situation. You see, he thinks like, who am I to say something? That is what we do. Each one teach one. Remember back in the day when a kid would get in trouble, you know, and back in the decades ago, man, that kid get his ass beat several times before his mama got to him and his mom and dad to beat his ass. The community, it takes a village to raise a community, it takes a village to raise a child. What happens to those days? Now we're saying, oh, I ain't gonna say nothing. Ain't it funny how it takes a village to raise a child, but when we see some delusional adults, we don't say nothing?
Say, well, that's going to be hard for you to do, but there are people like Anton Daniels who does work 10, however many hours a week you work, and you make a lot of money. Right?
Boyce? Isn't it interesting, because you're validating delusion as though people deserve to get what they think that they want. For example, why do we try to discourage every young guy from not thinking that they just gonna make it into the league? You don't have to be a rapper. Hey, family, if you over here and you think that you deserve it, you're going to be awesome and to be this big rapper or to be this big basketball player, we know statistically that you have a greater chance of being great when it comes to investing and putting into your 401k and reducing your tax burden and possibly starting a business if you understand it from a business perspective, or becoming going down a specific path from a college perspective and becoming a software engineer or a cybersecurity professional. I'm going to lead you into the thing, and then I'll say, listen, you can follow your dreams after you do what you're supposed to do when it comes to securing your future, or to make sure that you're always going to be able to make money, right? And so the delusion is to put all of your eggs in that basket, and I'm going to call that young man out on that, and I'm going to say, listen, bro, if you're putting all of your eggs in to make it into the league, what if you break your leg, right? That's not realistic. And even if you make it into the league on average, the average basketball player only is in the league for 4 years. And then 5 years after they leave the league, they're going to go bankrupt. That's what the statistics say, right? And so I'm not leading him into this delusional way of thinking. I'm going to speak to him based off of what's best for him. And so it's the same thing when it comes to women, except for we remove those barriers because it's only based off of what you feel, not based off of the reality. The reality is that they don't deserve a certain type of guy based off of their life circumstances and the way that they live their life. See, the way that we judge people and we evaluate.
Wait, you see how his body language? I'm gonna rewind that back here. When Anton said, you don't deserve a certain type of man, and he all of this here. And then Anton made a point because of your life circumstances. Boyce actually believes that any woman can get any man no matter their past. And that's not true. If you over here with a janky ass resume where you've been fired at every single job, does that mean that you should get a high paying engineering gig at Google? You haven't showcased that you have the skills to work somewhere long term. You are always getting relieved of your duties, getting fired here. Every job you have, you've been fired for whatever reason. You're late, you're insubordinate, you don't work well with team. You could be smart as hell. You know your job, but you've been fired or late. You've been let go at every single job you have. Does that mean that you deserve to be a director, CEO of a company here? No, you haven't proved the longevity that you can work with people. Your resume speaks to your past. All of us has a resume. We use it for our work history. Why is it any differently in dating history here? Now rewind it back here because he got in his feelings because here's the thing here. As people, we don't deserve the best. If that was the case, everybody would be millionaires and we wouldn't be in an economy that is going through issues right now where everybody's broke these days.
Reality is
look at his body language.
They don't deserve a certain type of guy based off of their life circumstances and the way that they live their life. See, the way that we judge people and we evaluate people is based off of what the results are. If you decide that you want to go out here and you sexy red, it behooves me to sit here and tell you that you deserve a Russell Wilson. But the problem is you'll have a Russell Wilson then hit these women with delusion because they've made the decision. Now you got every woman saying that they're gonna say the Sierra's prayer. That's not reality for the majority of the Black community. So we got to speak to the majority. We can't speak to the anomalies. It's not realistic.
Okay, so I will agree with your point 100% is that remember my background is economics, and I think I see everything as a market. And what you're basically saying is that if you're talking to a kid in the hood that says I want to be the next LeBron, you might say, look, the odds of this happening are very, very low. But you never know. You might be talking to LeBron, right? If LeBron's teachers had said,
oh, Lord have mercy. Why would we pick the extreme circumstance? There's only going to be one LeBron. The only man you see playing 21 years in the NBA and still playing right now. I could be talking next LeBron. What, you have better odds of getting struck by lightning 4 times than we find the next LeBron. The odds are in your life, you can go outside and be struck by lightning 4 times, then we're going to find the next LeBron. You see, this is when you see the extreme circumstances of a certain individual, then people think it can happen. Is it possible or is it probable? See, there's a difference there. Possibility and probability. Is it possible? Yes, because you see in my wall here, there is LeBron James, and in his circumstances, it probably shouldn't have happened, but it happened here. So we're seeing that there is a possibility. But since you're a man of numbers and finance here, what is the probability? Yes, that kid could have skills. Yes, that kid could ball hard, right? But we want to teach him to have other skills, to use your basketball to get through high school, to pay for college so that you can be a pro and then your later form in life and whatever career you're going to. Because the odds you're going to the NBA now with all modern science, we got guys playing longer in the league now. You got 30 teams with 14 or 15 roster spots. But what happens when you got guys playing the league longer? The average guy plays 4 or 5 years, but when you got the core titans that's able to play 10, 15, 20 years, those are less roster spots. Then you add the fact that they're in the NBA draft, first round picks to 30 guys new every year. So you're looking at a pace here where you're lucky to get 30 new guys that come in the league and they're fighting for spots for 3 to 4 years at max. But we're going to encourage them saying, throw everything away. You want to do this here? No, you use the advantage to go to college. Figure out what you want to do as a pro after college. And if you're that good and the chips do fall, where you can go in the league and go in the draft, so be it. But to try to say we might have the next LeBron, man, why are we doing that? This is some black ass talking points.
said going to the NBA is not going to happen for you, that would have been wrong, right? But most kids are not LeBron. We know this, right? So you might say, well, look, you're only 5'8". You don't even play basketball.
That's the odds,
this
Rod.
may not work out for you. And I agree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that when you talk about, the sexy reds or whatever, I'm right there with you on that. I talk about the sexy red bullshit all the time. But I also think that at the same time, I think as men, we should probably be a little more nuanced in terms of how we have that conversation. We don't have to be bastards about it. A lot of people, men and women, you look at men that make bad choices. We could just say, well, you're a dumbass because you made bad choices. Now look at your life. Nothing's possible for you.
I say
or
nothing's
you
possible.
can try to also understand why he might have made those bad choices, why he might have went to jail at an early age because of the situation he was born in. So a lot of the women that they come to men like us for advice that will take the time.
Let me pause that here, because here you are a dumbass and you made some dumb mistakes. And here's the thing here. We can't cry or spill milk. And here's the thing here. It's a whole new life for you now if you got a record. You are a dumbass. You got to make it work. I'm not saying that anything can happen to you, but the possibility and probability of things does change in that dynamic here. And I will say it here, and they will admit to it too. I was a dumbass for doing that crap when I was younger. And we got to own that we're a dumbass so we don't do dumbass things later. You see how that works here? When you want to baby people. And it's like, well, no. We say this so it hits hard. So you say to yourself, I don't want to be a dumbass no more. I don't want to be an idiot no more. I want to win. And you know how that stops? Stop doing dumb mistakes and being a dumbass. But you know what, though? You got to live with that because that's part of your life.
What we have to say to hear a man's perspective, some of them are so damaged. Some of them, again, I don't agree with Sierra having a baby with Future. I think Future is a piece of shit. I really do. But the problem I have is that you have a lot of guys that live that same lifestyle, have that same mentality, who might listen to your channel and say, yeah, that's right. These hoes need to change their behavior. They need to do this, do that. And I'm like, well, what about you too? I don't know why Sierra.
Once again, it's the whataboutism. That's why we have no accountability in the Black community. We call something out and then say, well, what about you? We ain't talking about me. We can talk about me later. Let's focus on you. We're not talking about me. We'll get to me later. Let's get to you first, because you got a problem or you got issues. You got things to work on. You can't get your shit fixed till we get to you. Don't worry about me. We'll get to me. Stop this whataboutism.
Had a baby with Russell, with Future. Maybe she thought Future was going to be a better man than the man that he turned out to be, or maybe something's wrong with her. I don't even know.
That's where you lose me, Boyce. Come on. He had already had a bunch of children. And he's a rapper, and he was blowing weed smoke out here in these streets. And he talking about Molly's and Percocet. Come on, you don't. What you thought she thought she was going to.
Now you are right about that. You're right.
He going to the extreme, exactly. Why we bring up the Future of the world? Future talk. See, you want to bring up these examples, and then when we bring up why you gonna bring that up, and we get to the details of it, that's when you're stuttering. He goes to the extreme. And that's what women that follows him do. They pick the extreme circumstances. We talk about the average everyday woman.
You're right. Just like as men, we sleep with women that we ain't got no business sleeping with. My buddy got a stripper pregnant, and he's a professor. And I was like, why would you fuck a stripper? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
He needs to be held accountable for that.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And so when
is your friend like you, or is he a Pookie and Ray Ray? And you know what? Here's what I tell you. I'm not a hypocrite. I say you a dumbass for knocking up a stripper. That's what we tell men. Why you put no rubber on? Why ain't got no condom on? You just raw dogging these strippers? You see, and then how you trying to fast forward and gloss over? No, we gonna say the same thing. You a dumbass. You fucked up. Now you gotta live the consequences of going and having a baby with a stripper now, a sex worker. All right. Hey, we keep the same energy when guys mess up, when women mess up here. Don't just try to gloss over saying, why would you do that here? Well, here's what we're going to do here. We're going to have that conversation. Your friend's a dumbass. Your friend is a fuck up. And you know what? He's got to learn from that here. And hopefully he don't knock up any more strippers in the future. But just know that his life's going to be a living hell because all she does is dance for cocks.
What I would say with the accountability thing, I'm all about team accountability. I'm right there with you 100%. I just think accountability starts at home. If I have not fully held myself accountable, then I have to be careful about judging others and judging.
But I have held myself accountable, and so I feel like I'm in a position.
I think that you have, but I don't think everybody in your audience has. I think that there are men who literally go through life blaming all their problems on women. The reason I'm miserable is because my baby mama. The reason that the woman did, the reason
you're speaking on the Pookies. What about the 54% of black men who are single and childless here? Over half of black men don't have kids and don't got a woman. Okay, you're speaking on the Pookies. We don't include Pookies in the conversation. I tell all men not to be Pookies and Ray Rays and Dusty Darrells. They're not in the conversation because you're always going to have the lowest common denominator scum in every community. You got it in the white community, you got it in your Asian communities, you got it in your Japanese, Chinese, whatever, European, whatever, Latino. We all know in every culture and community, we got our lowest form of common denominator man. We ain't talking about them. We ain't talking about the minority. We ain't talking about Dusty Darrell and child here that keep fucking up, who got 20 kids by 20 different women. And you know what though? Those 20 women also got multiple baby daddies too. They got 20 women choosing 2 dudes. We ain't talking about Pookie here. And you want to go to the lowest common denominator. That is not who represents all men. Once again, you're bringing, this is like a white racial stereotype here of white supremacy when we attack the lowest form and make it seem like all black men are this here. Do we have Pookies in the community? Hell yeah. We got gangs of them. I know that, but they don't represent the majority.
I ain't got no money. It's because women did this to me and did that to me. And I think it starts with their mother. I think a lot of them had mommy issues. And
wait. Hold on, stop there. How did they get mommy issues?
Oh,
from their mommy.
Being raised by what? A single mother, right?
In some cases, yes. But then also remember, hurt people. So we are an ecosystem as black people. In many cases,
you see how he's caping for the women now? When you talk about the men, and Anton's like, well, what happened there? They're a single mama? And then he goes, well, hurt people. And he's trying to think of a way to deflect here. You see how my pause game is impeccable. You see how he's thinking, how his eyes are looking up. He's trying to think of a point to counteract that.
This is when you see an abusive man, a lot of times it rooted from.
Wait a minute, why are we going to abusive here? You see that though? And now he goes back to being abusive men here. Hey man, come on.
Behavior from some woman that did not do right by him. But when you see a woman behaving in inappropriate ways, a lot of times you can link that back to a man. And maybe it comes from her father or her ex-husband or whatever, right? And my point is to say that if we're going to really
how it always comes back to the man, though, Boyce.
Exactly.
No. It comes. Well, I think,
no. You did.
Men, all I can do is take responsibility for what I do. All I can do is look at
where am I? No.
Right. So as a
husband, we are our brother's keeper, and we hold everybody accountable. Nobody should be absolved from being held accountable, men and women. The difference is that I don't see guys get mad when I hold them accountable, but I do see women say that you automatically women bashing when you call a spade a spade. Listen, if you've been slutting it out and you for the streets, and then I say, hey, you've been slutting it out and you for the streets, all of a sudden that becomes women bashing because you're not being compassionate enough. But if I talk to a guy and I say, hey, you doing pookie behavior and you out here doing stuff and you messing up the community, man, you a sucker. You need to hold yourself accountable. All of a sudden it's, oh yeah, good job. You holding them accountable. It got to be equal across the board because everybody has the choice to do what they want to do now. You can't tell a woman what she can and can't do anymore. And so because of that, you don't have complete dominion over what happens in your household because she can go and do what she want to do. She can go and get her own job. She can sleep with who she wants to. Then if we want to look at ourselves as a community, then the whole community needs to be held accountable. You cannot absolve one thing from the other and then say that you automatically mad at one thing simply because you're being equal across the board. That's what equality is.
Now, I think you make a perfect point. I mean, I can't really disagree with what you said because remember.
Wait a minute. How is he making a perfect point and can't disagree, but watch him slyly disagree again?
I had a big controversy over Lizzo. I said that I don't like this idea that this lady's being paid by these record labels to promote obesity in the black community, like obesity.
How did Lizzo get into this here?
There's nothing positive about dying from diabetes and shit, right? So,
uh-oh.
Am I paused?
No, you good, Anton.
Or is it Boyce?
It's Boyce. You see that?
I think Boyce is paused. It could be me.
Nah, see. The internet gods don't like sippage.
Yeah, I think Boyce is frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. The internet gods don't like sippage.
I think he is frozen. Boyce is struggle streaming. I thought it was me, but I guess it's him.
He is struggle streaming. You see his camera? You see how dusty he is? Anton's on location, and I know how Anton moves. I think he's in one of his Airbnbs where he's kicking it somewhere else here. He has a better connection traveling than Boyce has his own home office here.
I'm going to give him some time to be able to hopefully recover.
Yo.
What's up, friends and family?
I'm going to fast forward, guys. Wait a minute.
Well, I guess this is Anton from Anton Daniels show now.
I'll let Anton cook for a second.
Well, since I got your attention, until we get Uncle Boyce back, Anton Daniels is not hurt. All right. Anton Daniels do not feel a certain type of way. And I think that y'all need to bring yourself back to the front of the congregation in order to ensure that we have a successful community. If you want best for the community, then you got to get the beam out of your own eye.
Man, he looks.
Oh, Boyce, I was just
he's
giving
back.
the
He
people
looks
a
even
little
more
bit of
grainier
insight
now.
until you got back.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, my Wi-Fi went out for a second, so it's your show.
And what the Wi-Fi is, you'll take your
I'm gonna say
equipment.
this. For the sake of extending the olive branch, I want to apologize for anything I've said that's been hurtful or disrespectful to you. And I want to say also
You got to apologize now, because this is a man that you know that you can't debate with. If you're having conversation, serious dialogue here, we're seeing who is standing on all 10 and someone who can't compete. So it's in your best interest to make Anton an ally, because if you go at it again, you're going to look even more stupider. This is just Anton pulling up here. Imagine if it's a planned debate. So he's trying to create an ally here.
that I've learned from your perspective. And if you are okay with that, I'd like for us to walk away from this conversation as brothers. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I'm 100% on board. I think that, well, first let me say this. I also apologize for any low blows that I might have thrown. But I think that it is important to have these conversations. I think you are intelligent. I think you're very, very smart. I just think that you're a good guy. I think we all have differences of opinion. But at the same time, I can also hold myself accountable and say that I should probably be a lot more above board than just, you know what I'm saying, and reacting or thinking that I'm always right or whatever. But I'm open to the fact that I could be wrong. And we all evolving. Who I am today is completely different to who I was yesterday, and I'm assuming that that's the same thing with you. So yeah, I also apologize, and I want us to walk away also, with a good perspective or a good understanding of who each other is. And I respect you. I got a lot of respect.
Yeah, but vice versa, brother, vice versa. And so everybody, if you could give a digital thank you to Anton for popping in. Anton Daniels, that's your last name, it's Daniels, right?
Yeah.
Right, bro? Okay, yeah, Anton Daniels. So you can look him up on YouTube. And we got to do this again. We, get together and debate some stuff, man. I really enjoyed this a lot. And thank you all for hanging out with us. And if you could please hit the thumbs up button and all that before you go. And we will see you guys soon. Anton, I'm gonna send you an email after this, man.
So let me get to the super here. We're gonna recap here. Let me 1 second here. Let me get to the super. Shout out to my man Mark the Guardian. I didn't forget about you, man. Dropping that $2 holla likes up in the building, guys. Also, supers and cash apps are still out here. My man dropping that blue saying, "Beta, don't stand on his word when challenged." Facts. My man Mark in the building. Hey, Mark, brother. Salud. Thank you for the holler. Thank you. Right back at you on that super. I appreciate you on that, brother. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that, man. I don't want to see that again. Don't do it to yourself, boys. Because when it comes to relationships, dynamics, human elements like that, you are, unfortunately, he may not realize this. He may think, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about if he came across as horse people. He doesn't realize that he does not formulate his arguments properly. He is not articulate in this space. He double backs. He talks out of both cheeks. He will say that I agree with you and that's perfect, but then say something else here. You can't say you agree with somebody on one thing here and then you double back and you say something else that is not in agreement with the premise. He says that to get you off your point, off your kilter, but we see who's the one who's prepared with the talking points because Anton knows what he talks about, knows what he speaks, and he lives it. Right. And then we have someone like Boyce Watkins here who is constantly catering to one side and he never looks on the other side here. Now, he may say, like me or Anton, anybody in this space are saying that you don't look at the woman's side. And yes, we do. We talk what we talk because we do understand a little bit more better than you do. I could say here, you could be older than me and you may have you may have years experience on this earth here, but I can honestly say that the way you're talking, I know women better than you. And if I can say I know women better than you, and if I can formulate an argument where that all you do is just go tongue in cheek, you waffle, you flip flop, you play both sides, you say one thing and do another, and then you always go back to something that doesn't mean something here. You use choice words like bashing for women, but you won't use the same calm terminology for men. Rome says, fake apologies from a man is the worst. It is. It is. My dog's smarter than Boyce. Hey, Marley, he did the same thing with Corey Holcomb, back down like a puppy that ate his shoes. Yeah, I did that. I did that reaction too, Mark. We saw that, right? And the thing with Corey Holcomb was he knew that it was not going to end properly with Corey Holcomb. He knew that he could destroy Boyce Watkins. He saw it going to a certain point when Willie D reached out to him, and it could have gone back and forth here. And it got to a point it's like, look, I mean, behind the scenes, this is how I look at it here. Man, this dude's a simp. He gonna believe what he gonna believe here with his dumbass stuff here. But I got nothing to gain here because I can keep going on, and he's gonna keep doing this, and it's getting bad now, you know, with his wife or whatever the case may be. And Corey took the high road on that one. If Corey was gonna be a true comedian, he could have rolled that till the wheels fall off because Boyce was goddamn wrong when it came to that Corey debate here, right? He was trying to stand on his, trying to go after a big dog, sneak this and coming in chats here. And then when it came down to it, when they spoke together, he did the exact same thing. Right. I have no problem. If I had a problem with somebody, if I sneak this or talk about somebody, they cammed up and wanted me to talk to them, I'll say what I say here. I was like, yo, I ain't gonna front. I see you, Boyce, and I see how you're talking, I'm how you're moving, and I don't rock like that. And this is why I don't rock like that. And this is why you think you're right when you are wrong, because you fail to look at a certain aspect in this dynamic here. You do the whataboutism. You do the deflection. When we want to hold accountable about something here, you want to push it on the man here. If you go to court and you're charged for a case here, you're charged for a crime, and then you're in front of the judge or the jury, you're getting cross-examinations here, and they're asking you certain questions, and you say, hey, look, judge, I know I'm on trial for this here, but such and such here did the exact same thing, and why we're not doing this person? No, the judge can say, that person is not on trial. You are on trial. Stick to the line. Answer the lawyer's questions. When we're focusing on accountability when it comes to women, I'm not on trial. I do separate live streams where we talk about men and we will get on the men. But when we focus on one gender, we don't do the what about. And if we want to go and talk about men, and then we focus on the men. But every time that we say something about a woman or a group of women, or like on my channel, you can see the proof in the pudding, the evidence. 7 kids by 5 different men, 4 kids by 4 different men, and woman's 44 years old, and she wants a man with no kids. You got a woman with 3 kids by 2 different men, and here's the kicker here. She cheated on baby daddy number 2 or baby daddy number 1, so that the first kid and the third kids by baby daddy number 1, and baby daddy number 2 got the middle kid. Stuff like that, and don't be held accountable because they're gonna say we just grew apart. We need to have more conversation and dialogue this, because men are always put to the front here. We talk about men all the time. I keep talking about how men are dumbass and things of that nature. But when women get brought to the forefront, what we say, oh, don't say that, that's too harsh, we're bashing. You're the tone police. I thought that women fought for equality. And if you fight for equality, then that means that you deserve the same things that men get. Or if you don't want the same thing that men get here, then you don't want equality. You only want equality when it suits you. Watkins debates like a baby mom with the judge when violating court orders. Hey, come on, man. Leo says, Moisty wants you to marry baby mamas. He do, Leo. He do it. Like, tell me in any circumstance, like I was watching a movie with wifey, right? And it's a reality show, Ready to Love. The current season, Ready to Love, right? And they got this one part episode where they want you to meet the exes. I think it's a dumbass concept, but my thing is, if you're going to be on the show, you got to bring your exes so they can see who they're dating, you know? And so one woman on the show, she got a gang of tattoos. Big turn off for me. I don't mind a few that could be hidden, but she almost got like a sleeve here and got all these tattoos here. She got a piercing here, you know, got a piercing here. And then when I see baby daddy, he got tattoos on the side of his face. He got piercings too. He may not be a Pookie, but he's given a Pookie uniform. And so when I see this dynamic here, you expect me to have a relationship with this man for the rest of my life to raise your child? I don't hang out with people like this in my normal life circumstances here. But now, because of this woman here from Boyce's logic, if you say this is a good woman who deserves a good man, I need to have a co-parent relationship with this guy who I think is a Pookie, where never in my wildest dreams I will be associated with this man. Why am I forcing myself to have a relationship with somebody who's fucked up and it's going to make my lifestyle probably bad? You can say, how are you making your lifestyle bad? I'm pouring my resource to another kid. That's my money. I work for it. He should be taking care of his kid. But when we bring in the stepdaddy syndrome here, you got to tell me that we both got to come together for the betterment of the kid that is not mine. And then when that kid turns 18 years old and graduates high school, he's going to say, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mama. Hey, Mom. Or like I said, let that be a daughter. And when she wants to get married, what's she going to do? Have the father-daughter dance. And how often do you see the stepdaddy involved in that? I want my real daddy involved for this special day, when you make the stepdaddy pay for the fucking wedding. Vince says, they talk from different generations. One would never have thought DNA testing would become mandatory. I could see that, and I'm 10 years older than the oldest. Okay, Vince, I see you, man. Tone is an excuse. Kendra has the best tone, and they still come for her. Women are allergic to accountability. They are. Like, if you just say something and the feeling is like, why'd you say that? You're an adult, right? You're an adult, right? This is what you got to do. This is what it is. But Boyce doesn't understand, or he willfully chooses not to understand. And, you know, so when you got that here, and so here's the thing. I don't think Boyce Watkins is a bad person, but he is a person who gives bad advice. Like, there's a whole bunch of bad people in the world here, right? I can go on and know people who are worse characters. What I'm saying here is the fact that Boyce is bad at dynamics of relationship advice. There should not be a situation where he's telling young men who don't have kids to volunteer and to seek out women who do have kids. Now, there are certain dynamics where that, you know, that it can work out. I'm not saying it's all lost, but name me a circumstance where that the man who is single, his best odds of having a successful family is to pick a woman who don't have these problems, don't have these issues, and also you can build your own nuclear family and build your own lineage. That's the issue here. And he can't understand that. He can't understand why a black man would say, I don't want a baby mama. Like, you have not seen the stepdaddies of yesteryear complaining about how stepkids is giving them the time of day. You ain't my daddy. Who do you think you are? You can't do nothing. And then another issue that Boyce doesn't understand is the fact that when you become a stepdaddy, majority of the time, you cannot truly discipline that kid. Oh, you got all the financial liability. You got to pay the bills, pay for food, pay for heating and electric and all that stuff, right? You can do all these things. But when it comes to discipline, no, I discipline my child. I do that. I got to pay for it, but I can't discipline. This kid just talk back to me. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. That's my kid. So right then and there, the kids are smart enough to know that when these baby mamas that Boyce doesn't understand that they won't let the man discipline their kid because that's not their biological kid, the kids automatically know that they can do what the hell they want and the mama gonna take their side. And that's why you see there's a numbers dynamic that you see when single mothers do get married and you see that broken up. Man, the guy can't take it no more. The kids are just driving me fucking wild. You don't have that same dynamic in divorces when a man is marrying a woman with no kids. Hey, what's going on, T. Lee? Moist napkin. God damn. T. Lee said, I come from a single mother and I would never be with one. I hear you, man. Shaming men to marry up, baby. You are a bad person. Well, yeah, I can see that too. Yeah. I mean, like, if there's a bad person, like, there's evil in the world, I'm saying. There is evil in the world. At the end of the day, when it comes to this dynamic, he needs to shut the fuck up on this. Like, name me any circumstance of marrying a woman with so many kids, with so many baby daddies, and it's advantageous for the man who doesn't have any kids. He did everything right in his life. He worked hard, kept his head down, stayed in the books, whether he went blue collar or white collar, got himself a career or a field of work and study, save his money out, don't have that much debt or no debt at all, got his own car, got his own place, can pay his own bills. He may not be a millionaire, but the man's above average. He doing what he got to do here. And then he's doing all these things here. And he's supposed to have done everything right. And then on the opposite side of the coin, we're going to say that this person can do whatever they want to do here and they deserve that man. And that is what we need to strike down here. Deserve. We need to end that. We don't deserve anything. We only get the work that we put in. Do I deserve to have X, Y, and Z? What did I do to get it? Did I put the work in? Did I work overtime? Did I do the homework? Did I do the research? Or do I deserve it just for merely existing? This is what we got when I was talking about earlier how all these men today are soft. We got a whole bunch of bitch assness, right? This is the part of that participation trophy of the generations. I came up and I was saying the other day, man, I was mad as hell we got second or third place. I mean, it's nice I got the trophy. I didn't respect it. I respected my first place trophies. And we got a society of people who are all about participation trophies here. All about, oh, just do the best as you can because you deserve the best. You're the best. You're the best. You deserve it. No, you don't. Everybody don't deserve the best. The people who work the hardest, and then they work the hardest and the smartest, and then they're achieving the goals, then they get what they deserve. If you're lazy as hell, do you deserve the best? If you're doing the bare minimum, do you deserve the best? Right? If you're not putting in the work here, do you deserve that? Oh, I work out once a week. You know, I'm not seeing the gains. I deserve to have a dope body. I'm working out once a week. But you got to do more than once a week. The gains that you're getting is being lost by the other 6 days. Because you're only going once a week. You don't deserve to have a hot body because you're not putting the work in. I deserve this millionaire man. Why? Are you a wife? Do you know what a millionaire needs? And do you know what a millionaire wants? We talking about needs and wants. Do you understand the lifestyle that comes with that? Just because you are living, you are breathing, you are existing, you deserve the best. This is participation trophy bullshit. We allowed it and we allowed it into the intramurals in the sports when the kids were younger with the parents. And then we seen these folks grow up and they're saying that I deserve a trophy too. And what's that trophy? A man, a good man, a rich man, a tall man, 6 foot, 6 feet, 6 figures. Right? I deserve it. Why? Because I can manifest it. What the hell? You can manifest it. Wait, when we look at mere numbers, there's only 7% of black men that make over $100,000 a year. That's including all across the board, whether they're married, whether they're straight, whether they're part of the alphabet community, whether they're fat, whether they're tall, short, ugly. 7% makes 100,000 or more, right? So we want to break that down to the single men who are good looking, who are tall. You're going to tell me that every single black woman who wants this wants out of these 3 to 4% of these black men? The numbers don't exist. You can't manifest something if it doesn't exist. Otherwise, you're okay with being a side bitch. You're okay with being a side chick. You can get that man to sleep with you. We're not saying that. We're not saying that you can't get a man to sleep with you. We're not saying that you can't get a man to give you some attention, some time. But after that small attention and time, is he going to commit to you, or is just nothing more, nothing less? It's a situationship. And here's the thing here. Women has fucked up that situation because of feminism and free love, where that they have no problem giving their body away. And then they get to a certain point where they want to become a born again version. They slutted themselves out in their 20s in college campuses and mess around with every Pookie and Ray Ray. They realize that they slutted themselves out, and then they want to slow down and become a born again version. And they want to start all over and not give up the booty when the good guy comes around. And that good guy says, wait a minute, I remember you from back in the day. You dating such and such. I know you left that nigga smash. Well, I'm different now. Well, here's the thing though, right? You diminish your value. You let everybody else hit, but I'm the good guy now. I got to wait now. No, it doesn't work that way. All right. Come holler at me another time. What's going on, Kareem? Anton absolutely cooked moist napkin. Yeah, he did, man. That was not an affair. That wasn't a fair debate. Because he don't know what he's talking about. Like, I'll say that to his face. You, when cornered, do not articulate your arguments, and you go to an emotional responses that shows you waffling. That's an honest to God fact. And we just saw that there. That's why there's so many out of wedlock pregnancies, Lee. Yeah, there's a lot of that. It's called the NAFL, no authority, full liability. What's going on, Polar Bear? Yeah. Dragon says facts. Thank you. Yeah. And that all that inclusivity boost shit. Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. What you saying here, Derek? If I can go back and talk to my younger self, I would tell me don't be a stepdad, even though I feel I made a difference. Was it worth the headache? And here's the thing, too, right? I mean, there are dynamics where some guys can't have kids, or there are dynamics when women can't have kids. You know, there's always these nuanced arguments, right? But what we're talking about is the 54% of black men who are single and childless, or even we want to break that down. And then with that category, 65% of them are in the middle class and higher. So there's a lot of brothers who are above middle class who are single and childless here. And we're basically telling them to say, hey, man, don't seek out the woman who don't have any kids, who's just like you and who's seeking the betterment of a family. Why don't you go ahead and get this woman with multiple kids and multiple baby daddies and clean her act up? That's just horrible. That's just bad. Man who doesn't have any kids is doing right for himself. We want to push nuclear families, nuclear arrangements, building legacy within a one family household last name. But no, we want men to be cleanup status and take all their resources. And then next you know, when it breaks up and then that man is halfway disheveled trying to raise another man's kids and looking at what the drama, issues, money, and then throwing that man's ring. I've seen it too many times with my own damn family, man. I seen it in my own damn family, man. I was like, damn, man. I was like, I lost respect for some people in my family for being a stepdaddy, man. At first, it was cool. I was like, when I say cool, it's like, oh, man, he's a good guy. But then when I saw the whole dynamic, I was like, man, you ain't got no backbone, man. You can't stand up for yourself. I'm a teenager, and I'm looking down at family members because here I am, the young guy. It's like, man, stand up. Be a man. And right then and there, I was like, man, it ain't good being no stepdaddy. And like I was mentioning before, when you're talking about grown kids who are not in the house, those are the worst because they want to come home and then act like that's their house, even though mama lives there. So I know I don't live here, but that's still my mama. And they want to act like they the man of the family still and pushing up on stepdaddy. Man, I saw that firsthand too. Can't win for losing. It ain't worth it, guys. It is not worth it. I get it back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, how it's honorable, but women were different back then. I get it. We're in a whole different generation. We're in the era of sexy reds. We're in the era of the free love movement. We don't got wives anymore, right? So there were circumstances, the dynamics back in the day where we had wives and then they may have been back on the market here, but they are ready to be a wife again. We don't see not enough wives, even the single ones, but even not enough single ones. You think the baby mamas are? You gotta be already a wife before you're a wife. You just can't say, well, when I say I do, I'll do these things. You already got to be that. You already got to be on the job. Likes up in the building, guys. Likes up. So on that note, man, shout out to Anton Daniels, and shout out to Boyce Watkins, I guess, right? He helped us give us some commentary here that we could talk about, but it shows us how certain men move. We're seeing how certain men think, and it's like, wow. Only to your detriment. Only to your detriment. Hey, guys, I'm curious here, right? Let's see here, man. It's 3 hours? We've been here for 3 hours, man. Y'all want to see a Kendra video before I go? Speaking of all that devil here, like I said here, do we want to do I got time probably for one video if we want to react to. We did all the talk about Boyce Watkins here, I'm kind of curious here. Do we got time for one video? Y'all done with me for the night? You know what I mean? Y'all want me to listen? What time is it here? It's it's 8 o'clock my time. Okay, it's after 8. Shout out to everybody here. Likes up in the building. If y'all out there right now, y'all can hear me. Y'all want me to end the show here now? You want to do another reaction with Kendra? What are you saying here, Vince? Check out AI for ideas, Dave. It don't know our linguistics. I'm already dealing with AI now. I'm already dealing with AI right now already. I'm behind the scenes too. I'm doing some learning, man. I'm already dealing with AI already right now. All right. There gonna be some things I'm trying to figure out as well. I'm not falling behind the curve here. You know what I'm saying? We dealing with AI here. Hey guys, do I got time for one? We gonna call it a night. If y'all out there, you gotta say something. You know what I mean? Likes up in the building. Roger says one more. Where my likes at, guys? Likes up in the building. What's up, Polar? Hey, okay. Hey, before I do this new video here, right? Before I react to this video here, real fast, I told you that right now YouTube took one of my old videos and it's getting some traction here. We've got about, it's not a big video, but it's a video that's 2 years old. And out of nowhere, a video that had like 1,000 views, now it's like at 10,000 views in a week here, right? What YouTube does is when you have a channel, guys, and even though you make content, they'll take some old content and put it out there and juice the algorithm, see how it reacts here, right? And I got to say here, right, one of the things that we do have in our community, I'm going to keep talking about again, is cleanliness here. And we got a whole bunch of stank asses in our lives here, guys. Guys, you guys see my channel here and you guys see the video. I think it has like, hold on, let me double check here. The title of the video is, hold on. Was it Modern Women Have a Smell? I think it's called. Here's the thing though, right? It's getting cooked. It's getting a lot of juice. I'm getting a lot of comments on here, right? You guys check the comments section. I got the one with Swaggy P. If you guys see my videos tab here, it's the one that got Shaggy P. It's like, what does that smell, right? You gotta look at the comment section. There's actually people who think that toilet paper is just good enough for you to clean your ass. Look at this next video here. If you guys got to see the comments in that video, if you ain't watched it, we got people commenting that it's just good enough to wipe to clean your ass. You just need enough wipes. Oh my God, we're the only country that don't use bidets on a regular. You go to other countries, and if they have regular running water in society here, they got bidet action here, right? And you got people saying, well, you don't need to do that. All you need to do is wipe. You don't need no water device to clean yourself out. I'm like, man, y'all some nasty bitches. Oh my God, what's going on, Derek? Derek Greenwood in the building. Yeah, man, we get to this next video. I'm telling y'all, I gotta see the comments section. I'm getting on. It's like, yo, man, we're the only country that moves this way. It tells me how you move in your cleanliness here. People who talk like that and move like that don't wipe their ass enough already. Hey, man, that video's exposing how dirty y'all people are. Y'all some nasty people, man. I'm telling you, some of y'all don't even wipe good enough. I know that. You got skid marks in y'all drawers and y'all panties and everything like that. Oh my God, man. Dave, did you hear that? Yeah, I heard about him going to the Steelers, man. I heard that. Dave, YouTube Lives What you saying? Dave's YouTube lives are longer than some of my Dungeons and Dragon game sessions. It be that way, man. We go 3, 4, 5, 6 hours at times, man. Yeah, man. Mark says that's funny because stinky BBLs are becoming a thing lately. Yeah, because the ass is so big they can't get up in the crevices to clean that stuff, man. Yo, you guys see the comment section. People are telling on themselves. People are telling on themselves. Shout out to all the new listeners here and supporters who may have subscribed from that video, man. So, man, I'm just going to tell y'all for the new people that's watching me right now, if y'all agree that you don't need to wipe y'all ass enough and anything like that, y'all some nasty bitches. Ooh, I know y'all stink. Good Lord. We got bidets in Puerto Rico. I hear that. Man. Yo, people are telling themselves in the comment section. I'm like, ooh, you nasty as hell. I respond back, oh, you just told on yourself. You a shitty individual. Ugh, you got crustacean. You probably got. I don't want to get into it right now. Man, oh man. Lord have mercy. Let me see here. There we go. Let's get to this next video, man. That was horrible. All right, guys. What's going on, Pinball? Welcome back. Big Rick check in. Good to see you, man. We've been here for 3 hours, man. So you got a lot of replay gang in your future, brother. We've been here for over 3 hours and 20 minutes, man. Those who have a BBL need a bidet, man. Everybody needs a bidet, brother. I'm gonna keep saying this. I don't care if I rub some feathers, man. It's not that expensive. You know what though? Here's how I justify it here. Look at how much toilet paper, go through your expenses, and look how much toilet paper you bought for the year. And you know what though? A toilet seat attachment, a bidet attachment will be cheaper and you will save money on there. I'm talking about trying to show you guys how to save money and how to be cleanly. And y'all over here want to have some nasty crustacean draws in y'all shits. Over here got the crusties. You know, you like Krusty the Clown. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, man. Y'all, us Americans, man. Us Americans, we're hubris. Y'all know y'all shitty. All right, guys. I had to get that off my chest because I'm seeing the comment section still blow up as we speak right now. I look down on my phone, so what's these comments here? It's like, oh, Lord have mercy. Got mine off Amazon. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Roderick. Hey, get where you get it at. You get where you get it at, man. I'm just telling y'all need to go ahead and do. I'm a shame y'all and say everybody in my tribe has one. All right. There should be no excuses to pay for a $120 attachment, and you don't got to worry about buying as much toilet paper. It's the investment. All right. All y'all, and then let me another pandemic and toilet paper run out. And you know what I'm gonna say? Sucks to be you. I don't need toilet paper. All right, y'all. Let's get to this next. Let's get to this reaction here. We talked about Boyce Watkins. They talk about single mothers and, the stepdaddy syndrome and things of that nature. So let's go ahead and just do a blind reaction about this woman coming on Kendra and see what she's looking for here, right? Is she going to be a delusional woman? Maybe she's a kind, sweet woman and she's asking for something modest here. But we do these reactions because of Boyce Watkins. All right. So let's go ahead and get into it here. It says that we call that the doo-doo chip when they don't wipe. Oh, damn, brother. The doo-doo chips. Ooh. Shout out to you. Ooh, doo-doo chips. Ew. Ugh. All right, y'all. Let's get to this one here. Let's get it cooking.
Atlanta, where you calling us from? Atlanta, Georgia. How old are you?
36. 36. Interesting. Boy was talking about 35-year-old women. She's 36. In Rome, we in your neck of the woods in the south of Atlanta here. Let's go now.
Forgetting our age, child. 36. 36. Sharna, Atlanta, Georgia, 36. What do you do for a living?
Yeah, we do.
Of a consulting company.
Okay, so we have a lag, Sharna. So we just have to wait 7 seconds before you respond. Ooh, Instagram, child. This is why I'm happy my app is on its way because we can't keep going through this. So we got Sharna, Atlanta, Georgia, 36, CEO of a consultant company. Do you have any kids? Wait 7
Got any kids?
seconds.
No.
Okay, no good. Kids. No kids. All right.
No kids. Okay. No kids. Sharna, Atlanta, 36, consultant company, no kids. Have you been here before? Wait 7 seconds.
No, never.
She's never been here. All right, first time.
Okay. All right. I think I got it all. Sharna, Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, what's your zodiac sign?
Damn zodiac.
Wait
I'm a
7
Virgo.
seconds. Virgo. They want to know what kind of consulting company do you have?
It's a government consulting company, so we help businesses get contracts with the government.
Okay, government consulting company. All right, Sharna, Atlanta, Georgia, 36, Virgo, CEO of a consultant company, no kids. What kind of man you looking
Let's
for,
get into
girl?
it,
Wait
y'all.
7 seconds.
So if I had a magic wand, I would love to find a guy that also have a business so we can pour into each other. Someone who's understanding, who understands what it means to be in a committed relationship.
Why do all these women want a guy for business? Like, I already hear the disrespect happening about the 9-to-5 brothers, guys who are white collar and guys who have careers, and you want men with businesses here. Like, it's good that people are independent and got their own side hustle or they got their own gigs and they work for themselves, right? But at the end of the day, 97% of people got their own businesses fail, right? So I already see what's going on here, right? You want a man who has his own business because you want him to have his own schedule and you want to be able to do what you want to do with him. It's the ignorance of this standpoint, this conversation. I'm going to let it play here. But when I hear that, I'm like, yo, we already know that. Here we go. That Dr. Boyce Watkins doesn't understand. I want a man for business. How many people got businesses that are successful or that is side hustles? We're automatically dogging the 9-to-5, whether we're realizing it or not.
Hopefully he has no kids because I don't have kids. So it'd just be really nice to share that experience together for the first time. And yeah.
You want kids, correct? Okay.
And just have him having his financial independence.
What? What's going on?
Say again.
Him having his own financial independence. So he should be able to take
a man of his own financial independence. So you don't want Pookie. See, the word I pay attention to words here. Like, yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying here. You don't want a Pookie. You know, but we got to understand the words that's coming out of her mouth here and what she's looking for, because it don't sound good already. I'm very keen on words. He said, Dave, you always going on too hard. I do. I'm literal because I don't know you, so I can only go by what you give me.
Okay. Okay. What are your deal breakers? Wait 7 seconds.
Oh, here we go.
Someone who lies and someone who cheats. I've dealt with that in my past relationship. So those are my two biggest deal breakers.
Girl,
I'm in
your shoe
beauty room. I would get selected. This is crazy.
Okay.
This is dry as hell, y'all.
Okay. Does the guy have to look a certain way?
Looks.
Wait 7 seconds.
Let's get into it.
I would love for him to be at least 6 feet.
Oh Lord.
I'm 5'7", and I like to wear heels. So don't want the.
I called it. I'm blind reacting. I called it. She wants a man who's a business, who's successful, wants 6 feet tall. When you're 5'7", you wear heels. If you wear heels, you're 5'9", 5'10". The average man is 5'9". Guys, this is starting to go downhill already.
The weird thing going on, so it'd be nice. Yes, I'm Jamaican. It's all different. I'm Jamaican by birth. So I'd love for him to be at least 6 feet and in shape. I am doing personal training now.
6-pack abs.
So it'd be nice to share that
experience.
experience.
6 feet, 6-pack.
Okay.
Here we go.
What about money?
Here we go. Let's get this money, y'all.
7 seconds.
I would really love if he would be a millionaire at least.
This is what we're talking about, Dr. Boyce Watkins. We literally got average women. When we say average, what do men look at first? We go by looks first, of course, because we got to be attracted to you. I know we said about Anton, beauty's a dime a dozen, but we got to be attracted to you first. Ain't no guy going to be truly, rocking with someone that he doesn't have a chemistry with. So we go by the looks, and we're talking about someone who is average in looks. She's not a gorgeous woman. She's not ugly here. I'm trying to be honest here. We don't got a 1, but we don't got a 10. We got average women trying to get millionaires. She said he's got to be 6 feet tall. He's got to be in shape. He's got to be a millionaire and got to have his own business. How many black men are like that? This is what we're talking about calling out the delusion and banter. Is that man out there? There is a possibility of a single man in her age group that's a millionaire of no kids that wants her. Is it possible? But the thing is it probable? This is what we're talking about here. We're not... Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Lord have mercy, y'all.
So just financial independence. But if I really could have my way, at least a millionaire. If I really could have my way.
No, what I'm cracking up about it, you said at least. I mean, I'm only gonna ask for 1 million. Can you at least I won't ask for 5, at least $1 million. Are you a millionaire, Shauna? We had a 7 second, so I want to make sure they understand that, and this is why she asked. So wait 7 seconds. Shauna, are you a millionaire yourself?
I am.
This is what we're talking about by getting a cat and dog and die alone, but boys wouldn't understand it. Here's the issue that boys can't understand. The man who's a millionaire with no kids, that is 6 feet tall in good shape, doesn't want a millionaire woman. He's got money. He's got the job or the career or the business. Why do we need you working 60, 70, 80 hours a week? It's deeper than that there. Here's the thing. You're not going to spend your money on us. Women don't spend money on their men. They'll go the bare minimum before they come out of pocket, no matter how much money they have. Because the reason why she wants a millionaire, because she don't want to spend her money. Right? So we know that the man who makes this kind of money doesn't want himself, because if he's busy, if he's grinding and he's being successful, and if his woman's doing the same thing, that the dynamic is they will never see each other because she's out doing her own thing as well. What's the point of you making money and you're not going to spend it on us in the household while I'm spending all this money and I'm spending it all here, right? The man who's making this kind of money wants something simpler than you. You may not like it, but I'm trying to tell you what men think. Oh my God. Let's let it cook, guys. I'm gonna let it cook.
Okay, fellas. So with that being said, I know you said at least a millionaire. Just so we can understand, is there a minimum? Like, would you date a man that made 100K, or that's just way too low? Wait 7 seconds.
Let's hear this answer.
So, as I said, to be honest, I know asking for a millionaire, I'm cutting the pool down short. So financial independence is what I'm looking for first. But if I really could have my way, at least $1 million, at least 1 million would be nice. If I really could have my way.
You do know that out of every 100 men, you basically wiped out every 100 men. You see what I'm talking about here? With the delusion here, and boys gonna be like, who are we to say anything? Let her go and find it. That's what she wants, right? If we know that it's not probable, we're gonna say, that's not really possible, right? Like if you took 100 men, you know that the odds, the numbers showcase that you would overlook at all 100 men. If we were at least just going by $100,000 a year out of 100 men, and we didn't care about race, culture, nationality, you're wiping out 90 men. And there's only 10 left. But then you got to add the fact that all those of the ones that are left, are you attracted to them? Do you feel some type of way? Does that man want you? And that's the thing too. Does a millionaire man who's of high means, take away millionaire, a man of high means, high value, does he want a woman who makes this too, or has this kind of status here? When you say that's the minimum here, because once again, we're going off lifestyle. When I hear this here, it's like, you ain't checking for me. You want a lifestyle. You don't want a man. You want a lifestyle. And then when I hear that, you know what happens then? how most men think, I'll smash if I'm feeling it, but you ain't gonna get my resources because you already know what you're looking for. It ain't the real thing in me.
Okay.
Stop it, Roderick.
I respect that. I'm not challenging that, but I guess for clarity, is 1 million the minimum?
Yes, let's go with that. Yes, let's marry me. I'm on the show. Hey,
Let me tell you something. I don't know what y'all doing with y'all life, but I got all the rich people that watch my show. So I don't know what you're doing with your life, but nothing but millionaires watch my show, baby. Let's do it. Shout out to my friend Juwan, who's my brother.
You know how Kendra be all bigness upright? And we know that ain't no, I'm not saying ain't, but you think they're taking her seriously right now? You see how Kendra just goes into the girl code mode? But let this be a guy who be like, yo, I'm looking for a bad bitch. Yeah, man, she got to be plickety-plow, plickety-plow. You know, she got to be holding up here. She got to have a little caboose back here, you know. She got to do that thing good for her mouth, Kendra. You know what I'm talking about. You know I'm a real dude, Kendra. I take care of mine. You know she can buy, boy, what are you talking about? Here it is. We're manifesting stupid. We're manifesting stupid, guys.
He was on the show earlier this week. He said he wanted his lady $350K to $500K. Shauna come on tonight and said, boo, 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 boo. I got one up for you. I'm going to need you to have $1 million.
I'm getting a headache, guys.
You come to my inbox. You know, I that's the minimum. Have you ever dated a millionaire?
Yes, I was married.
You were married?
So what happened with that?
Okay, let's get into this here.
7 seconds.
You were married?
My ex-husband, he still is. We grew into our wealth together, and we just didn't work out. I don't want to put.
Did you grow in your wealth together, or was he the breadwinner and got divorced and you took his resources? Because we know that majority of women millionaires, they happen because of divorce, wealth transfer. That's the majority. And then you're going to say, just didn't work out. Then we had this conversation about just didn't work out. You weren't happy no more and you want to elevate. You wanted to throw your magical Negro away, and then now you want another millionaire here. You don't get multiple cracks at millionaire status. If you met a man, you built with him because you were married or know how long you've been married here, and this guy elevated himself to be high value means here, and you throw your magical Negro away, you think the next millionaire will take you on when you say just grew apart? If there's actually a millionaire who knew your backstory, you know he's going to say, I'll smash you, but he ain't going to tell you that. He's going to tell you all the sweet nothings, and then you're going to wonder why nothing ever leads to anything.
I don't want to put my business out there with him. But
that's fine. So don't say anything you don't want the world to know, because everybody gonna see this. So if you got a secret, keep it to yourself. Let me ask this. I didn't realize you was once married. Are you officially divorced? Wait 7 seconds.
Yes, officially divorced. June 2023. Officially divorced.
Well, that's what the last girl. That's exactly what the last lady told me. Veronica said she was officially divorced in June 2023, and her ass was lying.
We did that reaction too. Her lying, stinking ass.
That you are divorced last year in June 2023. I got to ask. I might have to Google it right now because Veronica done got me. You got me PTSD. She said the same shit. She said June 2023, and if her ass,
yeah, I remember that, right?
Married to June 2024. So Shauna, are you really divorced in June 2023? Wait 7 seconds.
Oh my God! Yes.
I remember that, Chi-Town.
You can Google me.
Hey, Chi-Town, real fast. I remember that. Left, right, left, in, out, in, stroke, half stroke, stroke, half stroke. I remember that, Chi-Town. I'm sorry. Strictly Business, guys. Y'all got to check that out again.
Because let me tell you something, Shauna, because if your husband call me up and tell me something different, I'm going to have to let him give his side to the story. So I'm going to let you know right now, Shauna.
Y'all hear this stuff, man?
If your husband call me, I'm gonna have to let him give his side to the story. Now I got to ask this question too from my PTSD. You said you don't have no kids, so has any human beings ever come out of your vagina or your stomach in a C-section? Wait 7 seconds. I got to get
No. Never.
Okay. You know, I got to ask these questions because you know I have learned if I don't ask it right, child. All right. Let's do the Kendrick.
1 second, guys. We're getting to the Kendrick cam. I got to get my earbuds. They just died on me. 1 second.
Sharna.
There we go.
Ryan Davis, yes, she does have. She is a millionaire herself. Ryan Davis, the S. All right, Sharna, let's do the Kendrick cam.
I have my PJs. I honestly didn't expect to be selected. Let me try to make myself at least a little decent before I go on Kendrick on the cam.
You know you got those shoes alone worth $1 million.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Y'all see this? I ain't being mean. We got to be honest here. Millionaires don't wife up women like this off the first appearance here. Yes, I know I said that beauty, you know, is a dime a dozen. But the one thing a millionaire is not going to do is he's going to see this like, this is for me. We got average women, but because they're in another financial a category here, thinking that they're above average here. And we got to remember that when it comes to men here, if you want that kind of man, I'm telling you, he's going to want something attractive here. Come on, man. I'm not trying to be mean here, but let's be serious here. Just because that you took money from your husband, from your ex-husband here, and you got funds and financial means here, doesn't mean that you're worth the same thing as a man who's a millionaire who had to put in that work. This is wow, guys. Wow. Y'all see this?
Okay, all right.
This woman is not this is not even an average size woman. She's overweight. I got to be honest here. I'm not being mean. She is not in shape. She is overweight. I don't know how tall she is to say she's obese. I'm not saying that, but this is an overweight woman here. And men who are of that status does not want someone undisciplined.
All right, Sharna. Sharna said don't play with it. The shoe closet alone, are those expensive shoes? Shoe closet alone, probably $300K. Shoe closet alone, at least $50,000 to $75,000. And we didn't even see the purse closet. Purse closet probably
facts.
50,000, 60,000. Don't play with Sharna, okay?
Look at Kendrick
at the door. Okay, let's keep going.
Are you trolling her, Kendra? Are you trolling her now? Like, you gonna say all this? It's like, I swear in these echo chambers, women don't know what men want. Wow.
All right, Sharna, when was your last relationship? Wait 7 seconds.
In June 2023.
Okay, so that your ex-husband. Okay. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask.
Buns Glaze.
When's the last time you was intimate with someone? Wait 7 seconds.
June 2023.
Okay. Move over because the comments are move the camera over a little bit. The other way.
I'm gonna work on that, Sheila.
Other way, Sharna. Other way. Keep going. There we go. June 2023. Okay.
That ain't no corporate body. That's overweight body, Chucky.
Wait 7 seconds.
Trust. I do need to, because of what I've gone through in my past relationship, I do have a little bit of a trust issue. And then so my company employs about 400 people. So because of that, I started a little bit hesitant when people come to me to approach me to try to hit me up. I'm like, why you're coming here? Your intentions are good.
Oh, you in trouble.
So trust is a big thing for me that I have to work on. And not falling too easy, right? I need to ensure that the guy's worth it before falling. And then
okay.
My superpower is that I bring out the best in people, but sometimes they're not worth bringing out that best. So I need to learn to reserve some of that energy.
Okay.
This is bad,
now,
guys.
Why would a guy be lucky to be with you? Wait 7 seconds.
Because of the issues I have.
What?
I fall too easy.
No, I said no. This is when you talk good about yourself. I said, why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
So I do fall too easy. So I will, just give my all. I give my all in the relationship at 100%. I feel like I gotta give at 100, and then if it doesn't work out, the percentage decreases. I love hard. I'm family oriented, and I'm just fun to be around with, and I believe in a 50-50 relationship at the end of the day. So I think those would be really good qualities where I got be happy to be with me.
There is no such thing as 50-50 when you're a millionaire. There is no such thing as 50-50 when you're a millionaire. And I'll say my thoughts at the end of the video.
Okay. Let's do it. So we got Sharna, a couple things. You're 36. What's the age range you want to do?
36 and to 47.
Yeah. 36 to 47. Okay. Should he be in Atlanta? Wait 7 seconds.
Oh, you in Atlanta too?
I would love for him to be in Atlanta, but I can.
Oh, you in trouble?
But
you in trouble?
In Atlanta, it'll be nice, or at least in.
Okay. Out of curiosity, you said if you were married, you're now divorced. How many years you were married, and do you want to share why you don't have any children with your ex-husband?
Yeah, how long were you married for?
I was married for 4 years.
4 years.
And
wow, that was short.
We had some fertility issues on his side.
There's our issue.
Okay, fair enough. All right, we'll leave it at that. All right, let's do it. This is Sharna Atlanta, 36, CEO of her own consultant company for the government. She has no kids. Would like to meet a man with no kids. Do you want to get married again?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Her desire is to get married again. If she has a magic wand, because of her financial status, she would like to find an equal. And I don't even know. She might make more than $1 million, because she said she would date a man that makes at least $1 million. Like, just have 1 million in the bank. I mean, that ain't asking for too much, damn it. I mean, can you just have 1 million in the bank, please? And for those that are wondering, her ex-husband was actually a millionaire too. So she was married to a millionaire before. And you said you guys came up together, correct? Okay. So let's do it, boo. And just for the people who don't make the salary requirement, 1 million is the minimum. I asked.
It's gonna be an empty box.
I asked. Let's do it. How can the guy reach out to you?
On my Instagram, it's Sharna I don't know if it comes up or not, but it's SHARNA _Barnes Barnes BARNS.
We're doing Instagram, right? Okay, Sharna. So it's SHARNA _BARNES. All right, boo. I definitely want to update from you.
Thank you. I hope it works out. I hope it works.
Yeah,
well,
you keep me posted, baby girl.
Choosing me.
Bye, baby. Bye, baby.
Lord have mercy. That was dry as hell, first of all. But this is what we're talking about. Takeaway stepdaddy situations here. ladies, your financial background and your career is not what's going to get you that man. What in your circumstance here, she can get a Pookie all day long. She can get a Ray Ray all day long. She can get a Dusty Darrow. She can get the White Mikes over here. She can get the Chads of the world, right? So in this dynamic, Pookie is not too hard to find here. But talking about the millionaire, 1 million is the bare minimum, man. She just came up there just to talk some shit. Now, Dr. Boyce Watkins be like, who are you to say something? She wants a millionaire. She can get a millionaire. This is what we're talking about. We live in a culture of delusion. If the odds are unlikely for you to get this here, then why are we encouraging people to do the dumb shit? Seriously. If the odds are not even close to being stacked in your favor, why do we encourage people to do the most dumb stuff possible where that they're doing things that's not going to be beneficial to their life here? And here's the thing, right? If you already make $1 million, if you're already a millionaire, then why does he got to make $1 million? I just want to ask this question here. This is a legit question. If you make this kind of money with your business and career, I don't know if you and your ex-husband shared, whatever the dynamics are, these 400 employees, whatever the case may be, right? With the marketing company. If you make this kind of money, what is the reason why he has to make this kind of money? Because you got more than enough money to take care of yourself, take care of your family, your kids, and your kids' kids, as long as the business holds up, and then you're creating generational wealth here. So I'm not saying that it's unreasonable for her to say you can get $1 millionaire, but we got to think about possibility and probability here, right? We talk about I keep bringing this back up. If only 7% of black men only make $100,000 a year, I say only, and then we got to keep adding this here. So it's 7%. Well, there's 100 men. That means I can at least have the choice of 7 men, but we're not including in that 7%. If they're already married, they're off the hook unless you're okay being a side chick, right? If they're gay or part of the alphabet community and you want to be a beard, right? Or if they're single and they're a single Pookie who's a rich Pookie. They know that they rich and they know that the prize and they know they got money and they ain't trying to settle down. So that means that you got the rich Pookies in there who's just in there just for the smash and dash, right? You got all these caveats and they're trying to find that one guy at 35 to 43 years old, millionaire, 6 feet tall, 6-pack abs and everything like that. And then you guys say he's got to be good looking and handsome. You're basically trying to create the perfect black man and saying he's got to be this here. Anyone know something? There is no perfect magical Negro. That's right, Roderick, because women don't like to spend money on a man. They don't. She don't want to spend her money. But the thing is that you're trying to find all these things, which is statistically, you're not going to find that man. And then you're in Atlanta, where the ratio from women to men, if you include the alphabet community, is like 23-1. Like, we got to add all these caveats in there that how little that the disparity between there's more women than men, especially in the black culture and the black community, right? Then you want to add all these caveats in here that you're basically saying, I'm wiping out every single man. Like, if we didn't say, I don't care about black or color or race, I just want a guy who at least makes $100,000 a year. We're not talking about height. We're not talking about anything else. You are automatically wiping out 90% of the men in the world. You're wiping out 90%. If we said, I don't care about culture, he's got to make at least 100,000. And then we're talking about 1 million. Statistically, it's not even 1%. It's 0.00, like 1% of that what she's looking for. She's in the land of delusion. But in Boyce Watkins' situation here, he's basically saying that we shouldn't say nothing to her. We should say nothing to nobody here. When people make dumb requests, when people make asinine ideas saying that this is what they want in life, and this is how they want to live, this kind of guy they want, we should be saying, okay, it's cool, you know, and if we know it's delusion, we should just shut up and just walk away and say, that's what she wants. She's crazy, but I'm not going to tell her nothing. That is what people who don't care about other people do. You walk away knowing that you say, hey, she ain't going to get it. I'm just going to walk away. You don't care about knowing if you do that. You got to say, hey, look here. Are you serious? Stop playing. Do you really want to be serious? Because here's the one thing. One thing I know about doing this channel here, and I talk to people outside here when I now have this mic on, you'd be surprised at how many women don't even understand these stats. They think that the average man is 6 feet tall. You guys know that? They think that the average man is over 6 feet tall. They think it's easy to make $100,000 a year. They think that there is so many men out here, and the problem is they just keep running across the bad men. Or when in actuality, there is more average men than anything else that can be really, really good for you. When I say average, I'm not just talking about like just the salary itself here. I'm just not adding in the guys who are making that kind of astronomical money. Now, at the same token, I do get on guys. I want guys to be millionaires if they can, even though it can't happen. Not everybody can be, but I want you to strive for something great, because you know what, though, we're getting to a point in game in this age here where that cost and resources are going up and the value of prices and everything is going down here. So we got people who are stagnant and are cool and content. We need to make more money to battle the rate of inflation, and knowing that prices and goods are going up and why salaries are going down or staying stagnant here. So of course I want to encourage my man to get to the bag. But my thing is, I don't want to encourage my man to get to the bag and then try to find a woman who's only after you for a lifestyle. There was nothing in that interview that stated that she was looking for a good quality man to say, hey, I just want to get off these streets here. I want a husband. I used to be married before, and I want to settle down and see what we got going on here. You want a millionaire for the lifestyle. You already making this here, so you're saying it's a trust issue. No, you don't want someone else that you don't want to spend your own money. Like $500,000 is not good enough. Like a man who makes $500,000, a man that makes $1 million is about the same thing as far as what they can spend. Right? It's just the status of saying that I'm a millionaire. But the man who makes over $500,000 a year basically is a millionaire pretty soon, depending on how much he's saving and stacking in his resources. Right? Or $250,000 a year. I'm just going down the line. $250,000 a year is too less for you. A man makes $250,000 a year is eventually a millionaire in no time. Because he's making that, if he stack his coin up and he's got money in 401k, savings, retirement, and he don't have that much debt, it don't take long to accumulate that $1 million. No time, right? Nah, that's not enough here. I need $1 million. And the thing is, I'm not shaming them for being stupid. I'm just saying that you ain't going to get it. And the sooner you figure that out, the sooner you might be able to find a man so you can get out of these streets and be happy. Like, if you're waiting for a guy for a millionaire, this is the same women, like on today's Monday now, the chick on Saturday night, guys. Did y'all see that live stream? She is 46 years old, and she ain't had a relationship since she's came out to California. She used to live out here in Illinois, right? And she was dating a guy and went to California, and she even said, are you reading my mind? My sisters even said I shouldn't have broke up with that guy now. She's regretting her decision because she chose location. She chose her career over a man. And now she's in her mid-40s going on 50 here, and she still can't find a man. While that dude's probably out there and got a family already. Women don't understand what's actually important in life. And don't understand what men want and what needs are and how we move here. And then you wonder why you're single. Where all the good men at, girl? We ain't checking for you because we see how you move. We know that could be advantageous for us here. If you're after the money, if you're after the lifestyle, then eventually, if something bad happens to me, are you going to stick around? Let's say I have a bad year. We have a bad quarter. Something happens, and we have a bad couple years. You married me because of the basis of this money here and not on the character and quality of a person I am. So if something happens, are you going to leave? MOP coming in with the $2 holla. Turn the chat blue here, man. What you got me, man? Boyce Watkins, bitch ass everyone. Shout out to MOP. I know you hate Boyce, man. I know you do, man. Hey, man. Salute. Thank you for the holla. I appreciate you. Thank you. Right back at you on that super. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Chucky says, can't satisfy a woman. It's impossible. And as we move on here, I'm going to keep saying this here. There's possibility and probability. It's not about what you think you need. It's about what your needs are or what you want. Because everybody's like, I want this, but what do you need? You don't need a millionaire, maybe. You need a good dude to take care of you. And if you've got a business that's actually booming like that, you need a man that's actually going to be able to fill in the blanks. Because if you get a millionaire, he's going to be busy as damn self running his joint. Y'all ain't never going to be together. Wants and needs. Possibility and probability. What's possible? She gonna leave. It's all about the money. I hear you, man. Vince says they could have extracted semen from her husband. Hey, man, stop playing. And here's another thing too, right? We got to understand here too. She said that they broke up because of fertility issues. I think it's on her. Know why I'm saying that? Why I'm jumping to that conclusion? Because normally when it's on the man, we would have heard those excuses. We would have heard the sign language. We would have heard the shots fired. I think the fertility issues is on her here. She says she wants to be married, but we didn't hear a demonstrous resounding about being a mother and having a family. So when I hear about the fertility issues, that's another issue too. If you want a guy between 35 to 43 years old, because that guy naturally may want kids. So if you got a guy in the age bracket that wants kids, and if you got fertility issues, then even on a millionaire status, you're extrapolating so little to the 0.00001. That man don't exist. And if he does, he's married or he's got a whole bunch of girlfriends and you want to be part of a roster. And that's what you ladies at the end of the day are what you're looking for if you don't realize it. If you want a guy who's 6 feet tall, that's got a great six-pack abs, and got, and is $1 million and he's handsome and all the stuff like that, then you're asking to be part of a roster. And if you are, that's cool. If that makes you happy, right? You're grown, you got your own mind, and you may say, hey, I don't want to be married now. I don't mind with the time that he gives me long, we're cool. But that's what you're asking for at the end of the day. I want to be a roster. I want to be a side piece here. Man, oh man. She said it was him. She was kind of vague on it, Roderick. She said fertility issues, and then she was waffling on it. I don't know if it's because of 7 seconds, but it wasn't a clear, concise answer, is what I'm saying here. Because normally when it's clear and concise here, maybe because of the 7 seconds, and it was kind of missing that translation, but normally if it's fertility issues, and then she's going to say, well, you normally hear some form of fashion of his fault and why. Even the nicest woman will find a way to say, hey, this is why it happened, and not take the blame on her. Why? We talked about accountability. That's what we're talking about. She did say it. I missed that then. I did miss that because that's 7 seconds and everything when she said fertility issues. That's wild, guys. That is wild. I was supposed to do this one on Saturday. When you saw the thumbnail, I said 150 to 1 million. I was supposed to do this one on Saturday, but we had went for so long anyway on Saturday night, so I made sure I included it in for today's live stream. But hey, guys, if you got money, this is what occurs. They want the lifestyle first. They don't talk about the quality of the man. Was there any conversation there? Kendra's talking about she got millionaire friends who watch it. Did we not hear? No, and besides that, too, I don't want no liars, which everybody says. Who wants a liar? That gets me, guys. That so gets me. Oh, my God, man. Oh, but hey, fellas, that's what you got to look out for. You got to look out for the women who either want the lifestyle and eliminate all the men and they're going to be alone anyway, or we got to deal with the baby mamas who want this and they got 2 kids by 2 different men. Make a choice. Make a choice. Okay, guys. Oh, I think that's gonna be my time, y'all. I don't know if I got time to stay on, man. I've been here for 4 hours, man. I've been here for 4 hours, man, and we've been rocking and rolling, rock, man. I think it's about time I get out of here, right? I don't know if I can stay here any longer, Y'all got me here for 4 hours, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm out of here. I thought about staying just a little bit longer. Nah, I'm gonna go. If I stay any longer, I'll be here for 6 hours tonight. Y'all come back and was like, damn, I love David. He's still going on a Monday night. Hey, man. Yeah, I think we're going to call it one here. Hey, so you guys see here the ticker down below here, guys. You know how you support the channel. We got the Cash App down below here, right? Cash apps are welcome. Shout out to everybody with the super chat, super thank, and super stickers tonight. And they go a long way, guys, because I'm humble, guys, when y'all do and show your support here. So we're going to close this live stream out and we'll be back again. So just be on the lookout for the next live stream. As you guys know, I'm trying to do a better job when I post the live. You guys see it for enough time to know what's popping off here. I'm going to have to start posting more in the community tab because I know some of y'all get notifications and some of y'all, a lot of y'all ain't not getting no notifications. Did anybody get any notifications for today? I don't think any notifications got out today. Right. Football's like, how's the YouTube scandal investigation coming along, Dave? I'm still here for 4 hours. I'm here for 4 hours. Pinball, to answer your question, I'm here for 4 hours tonight again. I was here for 3 or 4 on Saturday. We put the work in. Hey, man. Hey. Bill says, stay like Jodeci. Baby, won't you just stay for a little while? Baby, won't you just stay? Hey, man, Jodeci was over here sipping them draws off, weren't they? Jodeci was sipping them draws off, man. Baby, won't you just stay? Hey, man, let me stop. That's my Jodeci impersonation. What's going on, Upward, man? Salute to you, man. Salute to you, man. No notification today. That's why you was late to the party. See, I knew it. Notification still not working, man. Notification still not working, man. Hey, do me some favor, guys. Why I got you here? If you are subscribed to the channel, if you've been here this long here, you gotta be subscribed, right? Do me a favor. Go to the channel, unsubscribe, then resubscribe, then click on the bell notification again. It's not going to work for everybody, but just do that, right? So we can see we can get that bell working again. So if you guys looking for the notifications, unsubscribe, then resubscribe, then click that bell notification. I really would appreciate that, man. So, but I'm gonna start putting on the community tab a little bit earlier so you guys can see that as well, because the notification ain't going out. But on that note, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. We done. Shout out to Anton Daniels. That was a good pull-up, Anton. That was some good talking points, man. That was really good, you know. And we need a person like Boyce Watkins because he's a content creator, but he speaks to a good segment of guys who actually think this way. He's not alone, guys. He's actually a necessary evil for us to talk about because he represents a group of men here who actually believes this here. And we don't need men to be led astray. We need men making the best decisions for their lives, not because someone feels a certain type of way. Possibility, probability, and making the best decision, wants and needs. On that note, guys, I'm out of here. I'm TD&D. Deuces.